Hey, thanks for watching another episode of SNTR Gaming. If you're here live, great. If you watched later, there's a timestamp below. We start every episode now with the main topic. And this, if you're watching on SNTR Updates, this is an SNTR Update. Thank you so much for watching another SNTR Update. And I want to talk to you about how I feel that PvP is a double-edged sword. It is one of the central pieces involved in New World, and New World is just around the corner. We're embarking on the open beta today ourselves, and I thought it'd be the perfect time to give you my thoughts on putting PvP in a game like this. The game will actually release on September 28th, and PvP is a main part of the game, and it, I think, shows a lot of promise. But it also shows there's risk anytime you put something like this as a central tenet and priority in your game. First, I want to talk about the potential that the game has with PvP. I think it does have the potential to be a huge engagement driver with PvP woven into the game and how much of an impact it has on the map, taxes, prices that you'll have to pay in different areas, and even more. They were very thoughtful about allowing players to flag for PvP by creating some buffer, and that way you cannot have griefing and entrance camping, making it almost impossible. You essentially mark yourself for PvP, and you have to walk a certain amount away or wait a certain amount of time to get away from the main entrance of an area. The focus on huge battles and planned events with both the public and the gamers that love the game, as well as streamers, I think shows a big commitment to this part of the game, and it means they are making it a top priority. So let's talk about the good that can come with PvP in your game. PvP is a very strong draw for many players, and it gives folks a sense of investment and loyalty and power. There's a reason to continue playing and logging in. You want to get better. You want to get more stuff. You want to be stronger. Teaming up with buddies to work on map control or big battles is something I can see many players doing on a regular basis. They're going to say, look, let's get together. Let's work on this area, or let's team up for this one spot. It's undeniable that the spectacle of PvP on live streams can create a massive audience and pull for more players to jump in and play, and it gives an opportunity for events and seasonal content. But with every good comes bad, and I do think there is risk in having PvP be such a big focus for your game. The bad that can come from PvP is it has a tendency to cannibalize both developer focus and player behavior in a lot of negative ways, especially for a game that wants ongoing engagement. Really bad trends and metas can emerge, and then people don't want to play. Balancing issues, frustrating metas, and too much influence over the PvE experience can all become the result of PvP being in a game like this. It can start to tilt the scales and, as I said, cannibalize the game. Everything sort of slides off the table toward that side of the game. We all know that a sharp divide between the PvP and PvE crowds tend to form. There tend to be different types of players that focus on different things, and if the game has a negative impact on that PvE experience, folks will reject that and get very irritated. Usually, for an ongoing game like this, you need to have a very strong PvE base, and I certainly think they do have that. But PvP could pose a direct threat for how well that feels and how long it goes. As always, if you like these short gaming news updates, be sure to hit subscribe and the bell button. If you want to catch me live, I'm usually over on SNTR Gaming Monday through Friday, so be sure to check out that channel as well. And thanks so much for watching this one. I'll see you in the next one. And for those of you here live this morning, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate the support of the stream every single day. We actually start the streams now with my thoughts and topic. So if you come back later and watch the VOD, it's right there at the front of the stream, and we appreciate you guys supporting. We record that as well for the updates channel. For all of the people that, prefer those shorter videos, there are lots of folks over there that have no desire to come over here and watch a 4-hour long stream, and that's because they're just different types of viewers. So we have 4 channels now, this being the main hub for the live shows. SNTR Presents is now short videos, short little, samples of games. No Man's Sky Expedition 3 started, so I uploaded that last night over there. I gave you a little 10-minute flyover. Arborea is a brand new game that launches today. I got early access, so I recorded a 45-minute video. It meant to be a first 30, but it was good, and I was loving it and kind of getting into a groove with it. Little third-person melee-driven rogue. And then today, we will be jumping into New World on this channel for our gameplay in the afternoon. So I want to hear from you guys in this realm. Which way do you lean in games like New World? PvE or PvP? I'm actually curious with the people that end up coming in today where they gravitate towards. So when you pick up a game like New World, where do you tend to gravitate? What's good, Dauntless? How are you? Started a new job. Figure I need to feel them out before I started watching YouTube all day. There you go. What's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. We'll be covering the PlayStation Showcase later. It's a little bit too late in the day for me. That would disrupt my entire workflow, and we're really trying to respect the workflow and my mental health and like work-life balance. So unless it's something absolutely massive, we're going to avoid late-day stuff like that. We'll just kick it to tomorrow, and I'll come up with the topic and something that I think. So I'm curious what you guys think in a game like New World. Do you think PvP is a risk? Is it a double-edged sword? Feel free to use the Q command or the question command if you want to submit comments or questions for me to put them on the screen. We don't actually have any in the queue right now. And don't forget to order your Rageless Roast. We didn't get any orders yesterday. My wife was really irritated with me. We've been getting like 6 and 8 orders a day. She wants at least 3 a day. Use that coffee command. Head over to RagelessRoast.com. Get Dark Roast or Light. A lot of people try 1 bag of each. And I am trying 1 of 4 samples this morning for Rageless Roast Select, which we will be launching next year. Frickmas Roast is already being made. I've already sampled it, so there will be a Frickmas blend for you guys to order closer to Christmas, closer to the holidays. And right now we're working on Rageless Roast Select. I haven't even tried it yet. Hopefully it's cooled down. I put a little too much creamer in today, so I'm going to have to try it again a second time, I think. Okay, that's got some punch. That's good. That's very good. It's very bright. It's very bright. It's a little too hot. Got to wait a little bit. She may not bring you lunch today with no coffee sales. Yes, she may hold my lunch hostage. You guys may have the power to affect whether or not I eat today. So this is a great first question. This is actually a really great first question. So get your questions or comments in. Get them in quick before the queue fills up, as I don't bring them up on screen as often as I used to. But Hilly says, please forgive my ignorance. In New World, can you play PvE without touching PvP? Yes, you can, ... but it can still influence the way the game is experienced for you. You can never worry about it. You can go out and quest and no one can mess with you. No one can fiddle around with you while you're working. But PvP players can influence the flow of the game. If they take over a portion of the map, that area is going to charge you more, tax you more. Now, I'm not sure what happens when they do the big battle and attack, like if you have control or you have a base or whatever. I'm not sure what happens, like if you try to come running out or any of that. I've not actually looked at how the big team battles work. Maybe somebody in chat can help us think through that. Like, what's that going to look like if you're not playing PvP? Will it tell you, hey, get out of here? Will you be unaffected? But they are actually going to be allowing PvP to influence the game world. And that's why I said in my video, like, this has the potential to drive people off. They would say, listen, I just want to play PvE. I don't want to deal with this. It's affecting the map. It's affecting the flow. It's affecting the experience in a negative way. Yeah, these Contigos hold heat. They certainly do. I'm sure this will be discussed, but with how they have set it up, player can fully avoid PvP if they want to. I think the real question is, will the content be enough to hold PvE players long term? Right, well, and again, if it messes with things that you're enjoying. If the taxes are the only influence, I don't know what less you can ask if you don't want to touch that side of the game. The game is built for both facets, and both facets, and they can coexist. Sea of Thieves made me very cautious of this. That's completely understandable, especially after the experience that we had in Sea of Thieves. It's like, dude, I just want to play the game. Can you just leave me alone? And, you know, griefing potential is there. Folks even figured out how to grief in Death Stranding. Well, right. I mean, they've made it difficult to grief in New World, but people will find a way. As I've always said, when I think about these situations where game companies try to stop people from doing things, I always hear Ian Malcolm in my head. Life finds a way, right? Life finds a way. People will figure out how to do it. They'll figure out how to grief and how to mess with people and how to annoy people. PvP is so watered down now, unless they buff the attacking sides, the PvP is very minor at the moment. I feel they're putting a significant focus on it, though. I don't know if your summary saying it's minor, I don't think that's a fair summary. They did nothing but PvP-oriented events with streamers. They have these big, huge battles. It's a significant portion of the daily routine if you want to take over portions of the map. You can literally do PvP questing. I think it's a significant portion of the game. Yeah, I'm trying the select flavor this morning. They sent us four, and I have no idea what each one is because some of them are more expensive than others, and we didn't want me to know that. Yo, what's good, Heartless One? Good to see you. We didn't want me to know which was the more expensive. We want my wife and I to pick the bean and the flavor that we like the most. You can completely avoid PvP. So answer me this. Let's reverse the Q&A here. Let me ask you a question, those of you in chat that are more informed than me. Let's say I want to avoid PvP completely. What happens if I'm in the vicinity of a big, huge battle? Those big 50-player battles. Do those only happen in certain places? Is it easy to avoid? Or can they all out, attack some town or base that I'm in, and I'm like, what's going on? I don't want to be a part of this. That's my question. I didn't have time to research that. I was able to research virtually everything else about the flagging for PvP and the map control and the fact that if you can completely avoid it and the fact that there's PvP questing. But I didn't have time to research, what happens to the PvE player that is in proximity to some big, huge battle? The stronghold battles and the town battles are scheduled. So it's happening. Let's say you're not paying attention. Let's say that you forgot. What happens to you then? There's PvE events to protect you. Right, but let's say I forget and I wander into that place. The stronghold battles are signed up for and the leader picks 50 players. Okay. For the invasions, you have to be invited to a separate instance. Okay, now the forts, I think if you were inside the fort, I think you will be kicked out if you are not PvP flagged. Okay. Is it hilly-proof? They're instanced. Okay, there are PvE invasions. Well, yeah, I think there's things that happen where the NPCs and the monsters or whatever, that happens too, right? They'll attack where you are, but that's PvE, and that's separate as well. That's not that's not something that the players can initiate. Oh yeah, let's go attack this place. Okay. I can't believe you stopped your video because the parking brake was on. I swear to you, I went into that menu 3 times, and Lono blind, I didn't see it. I was like, I did not see that the parking brake was on. I forgot that they made me do that, because we had only done it once before. We pick up the guy in the wheelchair, we put on the emergency brake, we put out the little ramp, and he gets on, and then we go. Well, the first time I did it, she told me, or even the screen told me, take off the brake or whatever. And I completely forgot. So I get to the end and I'm like, I don't understand. The engine's on, the doors are closed, the ramp is in. The frick's going on here? You know what? I had this horrible sneaking suspicion. I was like, I'm missing something obvious and I'm going to get absolutely ripped up one side and down the other for it. Like, I could tell. I was like, I could feel it. I was like, dude, I'm missing something obvious. I knew. I was like, I'm going to watch this later. And they are going to, they're going to be ripping me in the chat. So I was bummed. I was pretty bummed about that. I was very, very bummed that we couldn't just drive back and kind of finish the video. That was a bit of a bummer. Robert Jones with a question. I think this is a good question. He says, isn't this game marketed as a PvP-focused game? Yeah. Yep. That's my point. Like, my point with the video is, this is a double-edged sword, man. You know? This is a double-edged sword because if you make this the focus, you're going to draw in those people. And we all know... I don't dislike PvP-oriented players, but we all know they have a tendency to kind of take over, right? They have a tendency to kind of take over. They can kind of, you know, as I said, the game can get a little cannibalized. They'll figure out how to grief each other. They'll figure out how to, you know, turn the tide. What if one company, they don't call them factions, they call them companies. What if one company just gets completely ignored, right? No one, or it's the runt of the litter, and then that's the one you picked, and you're constantly dealing with like that feeling of, wow, we're second-class citizens, man. We don't have any map control. My taxes are higher everywhere. You know, there's risk here in making that the draw and the focus, because you're making an MMO and you're really putting a big neon sign out front that says, PvP players welcome, come on in here. And you and I both know PvP players can be a rowdy bunch, man. They really can. They can be problematic for your game. I played the betas, says SMK. I participated in the streamer event. It's going to be really hard to grief people in PvP. People could potentially grief people with gathering materials. Oh, really? Okay. Isn't checking the parking brake is engaged a thing that's taught in driver's ed? No. I wasn't taught that in driver's ed. That's not a thing. Now, I had a parking brake on my stick shift Civic, but that was just a habit that I learned and formed because of the car that I was driving. When I learned how to drive, it was literally you push down the brake and you take it from park to drive. And then when you stop, you know, you hold in the brake because you're stopped, and then you put it in park. There is no, like, check the parking brake. Like, that's not a thing, you know, in some little four-door sedan, you're not doing that. Now, some people might, depending on where you live. If you're parking on hills and inclines, sure, you would then use a parking brake, yes. But a lot of the times, I remember there was a girl that we knew, and she was hanging out with friends of ours, and she was from New York, and she was not accustomed to doing that because they didn't have hills in New York. Everything's flat, and she forgot to do it, and her little Subaru went sliding down a hill because I guess like the parking, putting it in park wasn't enough, right? Engage, disengage parking brake was part of my test for sure. It was a really long time ago, but I don't remember that being a part of my test. Maybe on the written test, that's one of the things that you check. But I've driven cars for, I mean, I'm 39. I've driven cars now for 25 years, and that's not something in my muscle memory. I don't check that when I get in. I just get in, turn the car on, hold the brake down, put it in drive or reverse, and go. Like there is no, hey, is the brake on? Like that's not like a thing. Yeah, I drove stick for a really long time, and stick shift, yeah, you had to pay attention to that, but that was ages ago. That was a lifetime ago, you know? That was 7 or 8 years ago was the last time I drove a stick shift, you know what I mean? It wasn't a part of your test? Right. It's totally not a thing. Like, my kids don't even know what the emergency brake is for. Yeah. It was totally out of my brain. And the other thing is, too, it's a brand new game. I got like 85 things in front of me. I got like multiple doors I can open, I can signal, and I'm not even taking it serious. Did you see the guy that left a comment on my bus simulator video? He's like, I really wish you would have taken this more serious. Like, that to me is comedy gold. That's comedy gold, the fact that you clicked on a video titled Bus Simulator 21 Gameplay, and you were really hoping for a serious video. I was like, man, I am so sorry. Tune in next time. I applied for a gas station simulator code early access that's launching in a couple of weeks. Tune in for that one. That'll be a riot, I'm sure. My first 2 cars were stick shift. Yeah. I liked driving stick shift. I liked my little Civic. It was a good little car. I felt really bad about that car. I started working from home, and I never had to drive anywhere. And so we always took my wife's car because it had the car seats. And then eventually we got the van. And in the course of those 4 or 5 years that we switched to using my wife's car primarily because of the kiddos, and then I wanted to get them a really good, safe vehicle, so we got them a really nice Odyssey. My poor little Honda Civic, 2000 Honda Civic, it was black. Every time I got the oil change, the guy tried to buy it off me. He's like, that engine is pristine. He's like, you take such good care of this car. And that poor thing sat for like 4 or 5 years. I felt bad. It was such a shame because that car is probably in a bad shape right now. We donated it. So, yeah, I'm not playing that game. Let's put another question up on the board here. If you guys want to submit questions or comments, you can use the question command or the Q command. It doesn't have to be a question anymore. It can just be a comment to add to the dialogue here. 80JC says, what do you think of how No Man's Sky is doing their expedition this time? Seems like it's more of feet on the ground, unlike how it's been in the past where you're traveling to different places. I'll give you a very quick flyover. I talk about this in my video that I put up last night. And we don't want to divert too much from the main topic today of New World and PvP. It was a 4-door Dauntless. It was a 4-door. It was black. Oh, it was a beautiful little car, man. It was a beautiful little car. I think No Man's Sky just soft relaunched Expeditions. That was my impression of Expedition 3. It was a soft relaunch. Expedition 1 and 2 was a test, and Expedition 3 is a soft relaunch. They're like, we gotta start this over again. We got a bunch of people to come back in the game for Frontiers. Frontiers is a hit. Let's do a soft relaunch. Let's make this a lot more approachable. Let's make this a lot more, new player oriented. And let's do most of it on the planet that you start on. That to me was a win. I was like, oh, this is good. This is exactly how you want this to start. You don't get to Rendezvous 1 and 2 doesn't happen until Phase 5. The first expedition, they had a rendezvous for every single phase. I was like, what is going on? I'm constantly traveling. You lived in your ship. You know what I mean? And they can smooth out the combat for New World. It can literally be the only game that I play. I'm going to tell you something about the combat. The lack of fluidity is going to be the biggest turnoff for people who aren't really into MMOs. If you have a category of people and you put them all in a room and they're like, I need everybody to raise their hand who is not really into MMOs, but you're considering playing New World. And, there's a couple 100,000 people put their hands up or whatever. All of those people, that category, number one, I think that's a big category. Number two, I think that category of people is extremely likely to be turned off by the lack of combat fluidity. Because this game appeals to people who aren't really fans of MMOs. It's like, hey, it's more action-oriented. It looks like a third-person action-adventure game, right? Come on in and play. And then you come on in and play, and you feel like, this is clunky, this is awkward. Now, MMO fans are like, this is totally fine. This is what we would come to expect from MMO combat. This is nothing out of the ordinary. In fact, it's a little bit more fluid than the others that I've played. your coffee this morning is number 1 from the samples. Okay. He thinks it smells like sauce? The coffee smells like sauce. That's amazing. Good morning, Danzatastic. I played WoW for 11 years. The lack of fluidity kind of shuts me down. WoW has the smoothest combat. Going from that to New World is super jarring. So I always assumed that games like World of Warcraft didn't really have fluid combat. It wasn't really the focal point. I didn't realize that people considered WoW's combat fluid. You excited for the Matrix 4 trailer hitting today? I'm not going to watch it. I love Keanu Reeves, and I love The Matrix, and that's all I need to feel to watch the 4th movie. I don't need to watch a trailer. You know? Just finished my bag of dark roast. Perfect time to order more. My wife wants 3 orders a day, and we didn't get any yesterday. It just hit? Okay, cool. WoW is tab targeting. Fluid is the wrong word for sure. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard fluidity. Okay, let me explain what I mean. Fluidity in combat meaning it's fluid, like you hit, you swing, you parry. Think about the combat in a game like, God of War, or, even the fluidity of combat in a Dark Souls. It's fluid. You go from one thing to the next. If you hit, roll, it has this, there's not necessarily a quickness. Combat can be slow and calculating, but still have fluidity, right? I think you can have combat that's not super fast, and it has fluidity. The game that you're going to see me play this afternoon on SNTR Presents, Arborea. Arborea has fluidity of combat, but it is more slow and more methodical. Like, you have to plan when you're going to get your hits in, right? Fluid combat is correct. It's used as a term a lot. Well, but would you consider the combat in WoW fluid? Is there fluidity to it? People who like WoW do. WoW's combat is horrible to me. That's why I never played it, or any MMO really, aside from Black Desert Online. I would say your closest MMO that I've ever played to have somewhat fluid combat is Elder Scrolls Online. It tends to do what I say, and I can roll away. You know what I mean? Fluid combat makes me think of Hellblade. The combat was like silk. Right. Are you streaming the Sony event? The Sony event is in like 4 in the afternoon, so we'll have to watch it on our own, all of us, and then I'll pick out what I think is the strongest lead, strongest topic, and we'll chop that up on Friday. Obviously, that means you can show up Friday and ask questions and pick my brain about the entire thing. But man, that throws off my whole work-life balance if I do stuff that late in the day. If I'm going to cover a late evening stream or reveal, buddy, it's got to be a big one, not just another Sony stream. You know what I'm saying? I love Sony and their games. I just did a stream yesterday about Ghost of Tsushima and AC Valhalla and live service and everything else. And like, we knew yesterday we'd have a weaker turnout by covering something that had a lot of PlayStation in it. Like, a lot of people don't like when I get into like Ghost of Tsushima and cover it because we got a lot of Xbox fans here. We took that on the chin because I'm like, I'm trying to grow that side of the audience, man. If you're into Sony, I want you here. Well, that's not a good enough reason for me to cover the Sony event. It's just so late in the day, it throws everything off for me. We got to have a thumbnail, we got to have title description, we got to have all that ready. That's usually my planning phase for the next day with Creature. I'm typing up the next day, I'm getting things ready to go, and I can't do that if I'm live streaming, you know? If you know rotations and the combinations of abilities and chain them together, it's literally magical. They flow so well. Oh, you're talking about WoW. Okay. You're saying that WoW is probably the smoothest of all tab target MMOs. Okay. You have to hear what I'm saying, though. I am not talking about people who've played WoW or Elder Scrolls Online or Final Fantasy or Black Desert Online. I'm not talking about those types of gamers. I think New World appeals and has even marketed itself to people that don't really play MMOs. You know, they're like, that's not really my world. That's not really my game type. it looks and feels more like an action-adventure MMO. It's more approachable. It has a more, I think it's got a more higher level of accessibility, right? Is it fluid combat or scripted combat? Are you asking me? Because in my mind, fluidity in combat, there's a very quick response time to when I hit something to something happens on the screen. This is one of the reasons why I like animation canceling. Because you can be like, wham, 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 mid-combo, and all of a sudden, the enemy's sound cue or visual cue hits, and you animation cancel and roll away. Or you animation cancel and bring your shield up. That's fluidity in combat. I can do what's necessary at the moment that I need it, right? I can. Do I need to hit, block, parry, roll out of the way? Doesn't matter. I can do it. When I hit the button, it happens. So you take away fluidity when you take away certain things. I'll give you an example. If you take away animation canceling, combat fluidity goes down a little bit. Why? Well, now you're locked into whatever animation you just hit. You got to be more thoughtful. You got to be more careful. You have to know, if I start this combo, I'm in. I'm locked in. I cannot animation cancel. So the minute you take away animation canceling, combat fluidity goes down a little bit. The minute you take away button queuing, combat fluidity goes down a little bit. If you have to actively hit for everything that happens, if I can't go XXY, knowing that he's going to go XXY, instead I got to go XXY. If you take away button queuing, right? Queuing up what buttons you want, and that takes away combat fluidity. The further you get away from that, the more it feels very, I call it, it's almost like it's truncated. It's like it's got this, it's like the record skipping, right? Blocking and rolling mid-attack is cheating in fighting games. Well, I'm not talking about fighting games. I'm just talking about combat fluidity in a game like an action-adventure game. You have to understand something. If you give me animation cancel, you can make your game harder. Does that make sense? Like, I gotta be able to think on the fly in the midst of the chaos of swinging my axe, my sword, or whatever. In the midst of that, I have to be paying attention to the enemy's movement, the sound, their posture, all of it. Because I may need an animation cancel and parry or roll or block or whatever. You understand, when you equip the player with more agency, with more intentionality, you can actually make your game harder. When you don't give me animation cancel, you got to be really careful, because then the player's going to interpret the combat as cheap. You're going to be like, I don't understand. Every time I go to take a swing, I'm halfway through my second swing, and the enemy takes a jab at me. What is this? Am I going to go and hit one hit, dodge, hit one hit, dodge? Oh, that's so flat tire. That's so unenjoyable. You're talking more of cinematic fighting? No, I'm not talking about cinematic fighting. I'm just talking about combat fluidity. I'm standing toe-to-toe with an enemy. I got an axe, I got a shield, and I've got a dodge, right? The shield can block and parry. The dodge can get out of the way when there's an unblockable attack coming in, right? I see that little red flash of light, and I know I gotta get out of dodge. I gotta move out of the way, right? I see a little white, a little blue attack coming in, block. Try and time it even a little bit better. Take that risk of getting hit. Bing, parry, right? That is very satisfying, because I then feel I am active in the fight, right? Imagine the difference between playing Hearthstone and playing God of War. They're on the opposite ends of the spectrum. In one fight, I am literally doing every single action that Kratos is doing. I'm the one blocking, parrying, and getting out of the way. Now, in a card game, I throw the card out, and it does its little thing, and the little explosion happens, right? That, to me, is the difference. There's all the way on one end of the spectrum of, like, you use cards to damage the enemy, and it's turn-based, and you're sitting comfortable in your chair. And then there's God of War. You're leaned forward, you're holding the controller, you are actively doing everything, right? When I play New World, I felt there was just enough of a lack of fluidity that it kind of feels clunky. Darth's bro-in-law here. Darth Fitzgerald. Thanks for stopping by, dude. Thanks for being here. Do I have audio enabled in Discord? Oh my goodness. I am so sorry, people in Discord. I did it again. The hotkey didn't work when I started my stream. I have a hotkey on my stream deck that is supposed to undeafen, and it didn't do it. I apologize. You guys have been sitting in there for 35 minutes with no audio. The recent God of War combat is not as fun as the old. They dialed back the fluidity. Okay. I didn't play the originals. I jumped in with the newest one. I didn't grow up with PlayStation. When I think combat fluidity, I think Devil May Cry, Bayonetta, God of War, Batman Arkham games. Yeah, old Assassin's Creed games. Yeah. I agree, Lono. New World combat is in sort of an in-between place based on the beta. That is exactly my point, right? I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm saying that it feels awkward and clunky, and my prediction is that the less MMO inclined the player, the more action-venture inclined the player, the more likely they're going to be to say, I don't like the combat in New World. It just doesn't feel fluid. It doesn't feel... They might not say fluid or fluidity. They'll say, it doesn't feel smooth. It feels laggy. It feels clunky. These are the words that people use to describe combat when it lacks fluidity. Right? You're going to disrespect Spider-Man by not mentioning it? Yeah, that's another one. I'm not disrespecting Spidey. The real victory that Insomniac pulled off with Spider-Man is you felt like Spider-Man and you had to play like Spider-Man. You could not melee your way through it like Batman, like punch, punchity punch, counter, punch, punchity punch. Nope. Couldn't do it. You had to play like Spidey. That was their triumph. People are like, oh, swinging through the city. Oh, it's so amazing they pulled this off. I was pretty confident they were going to pull that off. But creating a combat loop that actually makes you play like Spider-Man, phenomenally done. So freaking well done. That's one of the few games where I respect it when it punishes me. I'm like, I deserve that. I'm not playing like Spidey. Yeah, he has to literally constantly dodge Spidey sense, dodge, Spidey sense, dodge. Like, you're on your toes. When you lean into that, you feel like Spider-Man. This untouchable, bouncing off the walls, swinging, like the enemy's got to be going like that. You feel like Spidey when you embrace that combat style. So good. Yeah, a lot of people thought Batman was better because I think the combat in Spider-Man frustrated them because they were more headstrong. They wanted to just go in and like, come on, man, fisticuffs. No, you can't play Spidey that way. You got to embrace the airborne, the agility, the knocking the enemies in the air, the swinging, the grabbing, the pulling, the flips and the dodges. If that doesn't fit, if you don't like that, you're not going to enjoy Spider-Man because you have to play that way or you will die. Like, you get shot too much. He dies quickly in that game. That's exactly how it should be. Like, Spider-Man's strong. Spider-Man's one of the strongest Avengers, but like, you can't get shot with bullets, right? He's not Superman, I'm lost. Aren't those superhero games mostly QuickTime event scripted fights? Have you ever played one? No. All the Batman games feel like Assassin's Creed combat. There are QuickTime events, just like there's QuickTime events in Tomb Raider, right? Spider-Man, no, the combat's crazy involved. You're missing out if you skipped on those games because you thought they were nothing but scripted QuickTime fights. No, they are very involved. You get gadgets, you get moves, you get abilities. Oh my gosh, they're amazing. They're so good. You've not played them? You are missing out, my friend. If you like those kind of games, if you're like, oh, I love Assassin's Creed, or, oh, I love God of War, oh my word, you're missing out on some of the greatest games ever made. They're in the top. They're in the upper echelons of video games. They're all excellent. People gave Arkham Knight a hard time because the port was bad. I don't like being in the Batmobile so much. Shut up. They had to innovate. It was good. I loved them all. I thought they were excellent. I got all the Batman games free through Epic. What a ride. Definitely worth playing if you haven't. Yeah. Oh, they're great. They're so good. They're not scripted. They may look like that because you've seen them done right, and they may look like that, but done right, it's all you. Yeah, if you watched me play and you thought it was a QuickTime event, then I was in the zone. I was untouchable. You were like, man, that looked like a QuickTime event. Well, I was probably playing very well. If you thought that, like, if you watched me or another streamer play, they were probably just playing very well, right? Any game recommendations? I'm burnt out with Apex and the game we shall not name. What's some of the games I played recently that I really enjoyed? It depends. Do you like rogues? Because I play a ton of rogues because that's the most popular genre now, and they make for great videos. I play them for 20 or 30 minutes, showcase them, and then I never go back, right? If you like rogues, there's a sea of games to play right now. The things I hate the most about those types of games like Batman is when you have this vision type thing that overlays the screen to find stuff. Yeah, that can get a little long in the tooth. No, yeah, it can. They can get a little long in the tooth. That was my least favorite thing in Cyberpunk. I was like, I thought Cyberpunk was going to be this crazy, awesome, amazing, you know, synthwave injected RPG shooter, and I'm like moving cameras slowly, rewinding footage. Where's the clue here? Wait, is that it? Is that a toothbrush? Rewind it. Hang on. Is he getting shot? What happened? Why am I doing it? It was so boring. It was so slow. It was the biggest record scratch ever. It's like, we're injecting you with tech. You got a gun. You're gonna do this. And then I'm like sitting in a security room, like rolling footage back and forth. Like, what on earth? You do a brain dance like 4 times? That's great. You do it 4 times and they spend 45 minutes on a tutorial. That's such great capital usage. I was losing my freaking mind. I was like, this is taking forever. And people are like, yo, you only do it 4 times. And I'm like, well, then why is it even in here? Why? It's in here 4 times? That took 45 minutes. This is unbelievable. That would be like going into an Assassin's Creed game and they're like, come over here to this spindle and weave your own hood. And you're like putting the threads through and it's slow and frustrating. You're like, why am I doing this? You know, like 25 minutes later, you've woven your own hood. And they're like, wasn't that wonderful? And you're like, oh, is this like a mainstay in the game? Am I going to be doing this on a regular basis and getting faster at it? No, you only do it like 4 times. What the frick? Why? Why'd you have me go? Why did I have to do that? Why? Why do they have to do that? Get out of here. Let's get back to New World. Do you think games like New World should have designated servers, such as PvE-only servers or PvP-PvE servers? That way players have the option. Well, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. They do separate it. They do. You don't have to worry about someone messing with you, but PvP influences the world, so it will have an effect on you, right? It will. They totally suck, but they're not very abundant. That right there, that is the Cyberpunk summary, right? Yeah, this thing in the game totally sucks, but there's not a lot of it. That is scope creep. They tried to do so many different things, and a lot of the things are terrible. Yeah, you only have to do this once or twice. It's freaking terrible. It's like, why is it in here? You know, all the dev time that went into that? What on earth are y'all doing over there? Scope creep is what they're doing. New World's PvE is pretty crap, though. I enjoyed myself in the PvE. Yeah, I enjoyed myself. I thought it was good. I thought it was excellent. PvP is an integral part of the game, but you don't have to turn it on, and you can play at PvE if you want. Yeah, you can completely ignore it, right? With the way territory is done in the game, I don't think PvE-only server would work. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. They're too interwoven. They're way too interwoven. You can't be like, no, yeah, you guys can go over there on your own server. That wouldn't work. Right? That wouldn't work. If you want to have this living world and these battles and this map dominance as a backdrop to the game to try to get people to go play it. Like, they want you to go play PvP, right? They want you to do that. They want you going in there. Well, they're not going to get you to do that if it's completely closed off from you, you know? Arkham started as a full rhythm action game, so it would have been QuickTime on the screen. Oh, originally that's what they were gonna do with Batman. It was gonna be all QuickTime fights with on-screen prompts. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. So Batman and some of the early Assassin's Creed can feel a little QuickTime to the very aware player. It tells you what to do and when to do it. Punch, 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 punch. Oh, press Y to counter. Like, it pops up on the screen. You're like, here comes a guy, click. Now, further on, later on down the line, they didn't do that. Like, in Arkham Knight, you got, like, the little lightning bolts over their head, and you're like, oh, they're gonna get me, you know. You know, they're gonna come attack me, and then you would know when to hit it. You know what I mean? What's R&D? Research and development. I found the world itself dead. Like, there's no NPCs in the world outside of the settlements. You go through these villages and it's all undeads. Now, I didn't get that far to where I was like measuring and critiquing the substance of the villages. I'll be honest with you. I spent a lot of time fishing. I spent a lot of time fishing because I made the mistake of picking up this bounty that was like, you gotta go get and catch this type of fish. What was it? Was it a trout or something? It was a big one. And we couldn't get him. We couldn't get we were fishing in the shallows. We were fishing in the deep. We were making bait, and it didn't work. And I was too stubborn. This is me. I'm letting you into the crazy psychology. Every gamer has a thing. You're all hypocritical about something, right? And I'm hypocritical about, like, if something's frustrating me, I'll stop playing it. I won't do it. But then I'm a hypocrite because I get so stubborn that I'm like, I am going to catch this fish. If I have to play for the rest of the day, miss out on dinner, cancel plans with my friends, I will catch this fish. I will do it. I will not be denied. And I corrupt my own play session. My own stubbornness. Yeah, it was like a legendary salmon, or it was a large salmon. It was large or big or something. It was supposed to be something like that. So, for me, no, I've not watched any of Gaffigan's stand-up in ages. I love him, though. Oh, I love him. He was on recently in Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee, but that was like a day or two ago. For me, I will literally, what's good, cat? I will corrupt my own play session. My own stubbornness. I get so stubborn that I'm like, I know that I could cancel this quest. It doesn't matter. It's a minimal amount of XP. Minimal. And yet, I'll ruin my whole play session. I will. You know, and I had fun. I'm saying ruin in quotations, right? I'm saying ruin in quotations. Like, I still had fun, but you do get to a point where you're like, this is completely counterproductive. I got nothing accomplished in the game because I got so angry and so stubborn, right? My rage and my stubbornness, they're bedfellows. Like, I get really angry and I get really stubborn, and I just lock onto something and won't let go of it, right? Everyone's a hypocrite with something in a game. Like, everyone does this. You have your weird psychological, like, tick or thing that you do in a game, even if it hurts your experience, right? There are people that will go and do, bounties, quests, missions, or they'll go play certain things that they have no desire to do, but they do it because they're like, well, I need to. No, you don't. Well, no, I do. I need the little check mark, right? I need the little check mark. Oh, I forgot to turn on. Hang on one second. The lighting is having a little bit of trouble here. I forgot to turn my ring light on. I think if it keeps me more well lit, it doesn't do the lighting, the up and down in the lighting as much. I feel called out. Listen, if you know your thing, then you can maybe try to grow a little bit. There was a time, oh my gosh, there was a time where I would continue playing a game with my teeth grinding to dust in frustration. And it's like, just turn the game off. Why are you continuing to play this? Why subject yourself to this? Because I'm going to beat it, right? But why? You're not having fun. Why would you do that? There's a stubbornness and an irritation that can like take you captive, right? And I've gotten to a place in the last couple of years, I just got to a place where I was like, no, I don't like the game. And I put it down. I just got into a better headspace about it. And I'm not saying I'm perfect and I've arrived. I still do it. I mean, I still did the thing with the fish, right? I still did the thing with the fish. Now, I did it with a smile on my face and we had fun. I made it entertaining. Old me would have been just spitting mad. Just, what the? This is so stupid. Right? So I could do it with a smile on my face and make it entertaining and not really get to a place of high levels of irritation. It was low-level irritation, and it led to some criticism. It was like, this is kind of stupid. Why would you have something that is so menial, so minuscule in the payout, be so incredibly difficult to do? It doesn't help. I used to say the same thing about the other game that we used to cover. You'd pick up a patrol, and you'd be like, kill 11 of these guys. And I'm like, there's like 2 in the area. The time that it's going to take me to run this and wait for the spawn and do this, it's not worth the XP you're giving me. That's what this felt like. It was like, no, this is dumb. I can criticize this. If you want me to catch 3 of these fish and the payout is so minuscule, these fish better be jumping out of the dadgum water. It shouldn't be a 2-hour-long endeavor where, like, I got to pull up a community-sourced map. It's like, yes, these types of fish show up in this particular lake. And then I go all the way to that lake, and they're still not biting. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm doing all of this for like a smidgen, like a spit of XP. Well, come on. So I go full rant mode, and I get really irritated and angry. But to a certain extent, old me would have just kept playing. I'd have come back the next day and the next day and the next day. Yeah, Returnal Biome 3. I just got to a place with Returnal, and it was like, I absolutely, surprisingly, was loving a rogue. I was loving Returnal. I was really enjoying diving back in and perfecting Biome 1 and perfecting Biome 2, and something happened in Biome 3, right? I need to write a book about, like, the psychology of playing games and only playing games that you enjoy and avoiding bad habits, and I should title it, Something Happened in Biome 3. Something broke for me. It was like, this isn't working anymore. I'm not enjoying myself. I'm spending a disproportionate amount of time in these areas down here, and because of that, I'm not getting to enjoy the game. I'm just constantly retreading and building. Hey, here I am in Biome 3, kablam, and it just takes my head off. And I'm like, well, that wasn't any fun. I didn't get to do anything. How does Returnal work? Returnal is a rogue, meaning you die, you go back to the beginning. And as you play through, the abilities you get, the infections you get are all random. They're randomly generated, and you pick between them what you want. So you'll find a gun in one room, and you go a couple more rooms, you'll find a different gun, you weigh them between. As you play, you get stronger, so the guns get stronger when they drop, so you're replacing certain things. And when you die, you go back to the beginning. It's some of the best third-person shooter combat I've ever experienced. The third-person shooter combat in Returnal, to me, that's the archetype. If you're making a third-person shooter, make it feel like Returnal, right? Unless you're doing cover-based. If you're not doing cover-based combat, if you're doing a third-person shooter, action-adventure game, Returnal is your goal. If you can make it feel like that, then you've been successful. It is beautifully done. Bullet hell third-person action-adventure. Just so excellent. So excellent. That number 1 that we're trying today for the Rageless Roast Select is very good. It's very good. I gotta take another drink. It's very bright. Man, yes. Oh, that is bright. It's got such a. It still has that smooth finish, though. My gosh. Whew. It's like it dances. It's like it dances on your tongue. That's good. That number 1. Wow. Wow. That is good. I got to write that down. That's excellent. We're trying, I'm flavor sampling for, man, bright, smooth. That is excellent. It dances. It is so excellent. We're trying 4 different flavors. Rageless Roast Select we're trying to launch next year. It'll be a 4th flavor. We got the light and the dark. It's the light and the dark are the same flavor. It's just that it's a different roast level. And then we'll have the Frickmas roast very, very soon. To Lono's point about New World, though, the game has deep facets that you can really sink some time into, aka like fishing, and it'll keep a lot of people. Well, and I think that's the key to a game like New World, right? You still throwing in a free bag signed for the price of 2 bags? We need to do that. We need to throw that in the store as a joke. Oh my gosh. Which we didn't get any orders today. We don't have any orders yet. So if you need to restock or you want to try it for the first time ever, a lot of people try a bag of light and a bag of dark, and then they make up their mind going forward. Or they buy 3 bags. You can give 1 to a friend. Makes a great gift. Shipping cost is the same on a 3 as a 2. So, bag you some, snag you some. Let your friends try it out, and then tell them. Go to ragelessroast.com if you wanna get more. We doing Merry Frickmas this year? We're doing the Frickmas roast, so we should probably figure out how to do the Frickmas this year. We'll see. We may need to do something that's not so drawn out. Maybe I do a Friday night Frickmas and maybe I do something with Hilly. We'll see. I want to start doing. We've got some ideas. So if you're new to the stream and you've never been here before, we're talking New World. We're talking PvP in New World and why I think it's a double-edged sword. A lot of risk, a lot of potential problems, and but also a lot of potential good things could come from it. If you're new and want to talk in chat, be sure to hit subscribe. That does support me for free, and it enables you to talk in the chat. Take the poll in these types of games. Where do you tend to gravitate toward? And you can submit questions or comments that show up on the screen like this one if you use the question command. Big Red says, did they ever announce if they will have any PvP structured gear or any type of PvP game modes? They do have the big battles and stuff that you can instance into that's like its own mode. It's like its own thing. And as far as PvP structured gear, I don't think so. I don't think they've said that. I think you literally take your character over. Now, they may have rewards, cosmetics, and things that you can get when you play through the PvP. But I don't know if you're going to, play PvP and get, a special sword or something. You know what I mean? You have my word, chat. I'll grind them on it. The 5 days of Frickmas return. Oh, my gosh. You're already committing us to it. That's wonderful. Thank you. I can't wait to make a fool of myself 5 days in a row. Okay, well, I guess I do that now anyway, don't I? Anyway, so yeah, I don't know if they've said anything about the gear itself. Like, if you play in this thing and win, you'll get this sword that's better in PvP or something. You got to be really careful with that. That's another element of PvP that can be, bad. Has anyone tried the Rageless Roast coffee iced? I prefer iced coffee over hot. People have done a cold brew and says that it does a cold brew very, very well. I don't know if that's the same as iced though. I don't know. I don't do cold coffee, you know. The most popular song shouldn't be allowed anymore from 5 Days of Frickmas. Yeah. Dang it, Lona burned himself. That's right. Do you want to know why I burned myself? Because I knew you were going to do it. That's why. I knew if I said that. I like, as the sentence was coming out of my mouth, people were like, how is that any different than what you do now? Like, I knew. You know what I mean? Vulez says, I drink it iced and it's great. There we go. Thank you. Dead718 says, I made a few of my Rageless Cups ice. I really liked it. Thank you. There you go. Ice and cold brew are different things. I thought so. My wife did a cold brew of it and she said it was good. I don't do it. I like it hot in the morning, right? Now, if it's warm outside and I'm going somewhere, I'll stop and get something iced. I don't mind that because it's so hot. You don't want to be drinking hot coffee. Like when I was in LA, I started every morning with like an iced, white chocolate mocha because I like the taste of it. I know it's got caffeine. It's iced. I'm not going to be like sweating in the Uber on the way to the studio. Zubair always comes from the woodwork for a burn. Yeah. You got to watch out. He kind of swings in off the turnbuckle, man, Hot coffee makes for trips. Well, no. If you drink a bunch of water in the morning before you have your coffee, it should stop that effect. If you drink coffee and struggle with that, you need to start your day with a bottle of water. It makes an enormous difference. Trust me on this. Cold brew is basically steeped and iced is hot, poured out on ice, I think. Yeah, I have no idea. Let's see here. We only have a couple more questions here. If you guys want to put questions or comments on the board, the queue's a little light today, so you can jump in there. Alberto says, do you think how New World is going, the new content will be like focusing like Black Desert Online PvP or like Elder Scrolls Online PvE? I talked about this. Every day now, the show opens with my segment. So if you've ever missed it, you can always rewind to the opening of the show, and the first 4 to 6 minutes, that's my opening segment. That's my opening thoughts. So I said this morning. I said, games with PvP in them like this, the PvP can start to cannibalize the focus as well as the game itself. Like, suddenly the developers only care about PvP. That's where the money is. That's where the engagement is. The players can do the same thing. No one's focusing on PvE. Everybody's focusing on PvP. I can't get anybody to go run quests with me, right? The PvP can inadvertently cannibalize the game. It can. And never heard that. I might try it out. My dad told me that. He was having stomach issues in the morning, and he connected it to his coffee, and his doctor said, first thing you do every morning is drink an entire bottle of water. He said it makes all the difference in the world. And, health nuts and nutritionists and workout people, they'll tell you the same thing. They're like, yeah, you need to start your day with a big glass or big bottle of water. And it does. It really, really helps. Because I had similar issues. Now, I also take a probiotic. That helps, too. You gotta take care of your gut health. And probiotic is basically a vitamin for your stomach. You know what I'm saying? And I used to not be able to eat anything greasy, and I was doubled over, and now I can. So this is a risk, right? New World PvP gameplay can take over. It can take over. It's like a year from now, that could be the sole focus. That could be where they put all of their quality of life, bugs, patches, updates. It could all be PvP. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm saying anytime you have a game like New World and you throw PvP in, that is a potential risk. They say, listen, this is where all the money is. This is where the engagement is. 75% of the player base, 75% of our revenue is coming from highly engaged PvP audience. The PvE audience is dwindled. The PvE audience engages less often or more fair weather, right? a glass of whiskey in the morning isn't a good choice. No, this isn't the 50s. We're not Mad Men. We're not working in advertising. No. Those shows kill me because I know it's accurate, but shows where they're constantly walking around with a scotch in their hand, I'm like, I wouldn't be able to do that. I'd be asleep. I wouldn't get past breakfast. I'd be like, man, I gotta take a nap. Like, I wouldn't get anything accomplished. I would be incredibly inefficient at whatever it is that I'm supposed to be doing. You know? It's like, wake up. Oh, man, what's going on? It's time for lunch. Like, oh, gosh. Like, I would not be able to do it. Y'all eat breakfast? I wish I had time for breakfast. We don't really do, like, traditional breakfast food in this house because our daughter has an egg allergy, right? Our daughter has an egg allergy, and it just isn't worth it. So on the weekends, I have like these chicken sausages. They're really, really good. I make some morning smell. You hear them sizzling, you know. And I make like a sandwich with those. And that's really good. But I don't have time for that in the mornings, Monday through Friday, right? You're obviously not an alcoholic, and it shows. That's what the Coke was for. That's right. They're like, I need a little pick-me-up, man. Why? Well, I had a couple glasses of scotch this morning. What on earth? You guys get tired when you drink? Oh, yeah. I had to stop having beer with dinner. I'd have like one beer with dinner, and 7 o'clock would hit, and I'd be like, I am so tired. I can't get drunk. So now, if I'm going to drink, it's late. You know, it's 9 or 10 o'clock, 1 or 2, you know. Hilly, you know, on Friday nights with Hilly, I'm like, I can have 4, and then I'm done. I always limit myself. But I can't have it with dinner. I'm like a 7 or 7:30, the kids want me to read a book or something, and I'm like my eyes are just heavy. I'm like, their eyes are just closing. And it's a bummer because, like, when we would grill out or have a burger, I'd make a steak. It's so nice to have a nice cold beer with that, but it just isn't worth it. It knocks me out, you know? It makes me super tired. Now, if you keep having them, you stay happy, and then you get kind of snacky. But, like, I'm not going to do that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to throw down 2 or 3 in the evening with the fam. Like, hey, like, I'm not doing that. It's called getting old. Yeah, that's right. But back to Alberto's question. I am extremely interested in the plan going forward with New World. What's their plan? Is their plan, you know, to have an equal roadmap of PvE and PvP content? Is their plan to have like a steady distribution, a steady rollout, or are they going to sit back and say, we're gonna make decisions on content updates and events based on, you know, based on the community, based on player behavior? And to a certain extent, I wouldn't fault them for that. It would be disappointing, but at the end of the day, this is something that we've hammered away at this week. They're a business. You open up a restaurant and you've got two mainstay menu items, and a couple months goes down the road and you're not making nearly enough money to continue making one of those menu items. You'd have less of it on hand. You'd be buying less of it. Why? It's not as much in demand. Yeah, somebody comes on a Friday night and is like, oh, you don't have any of that tonight? No, yeah, we don't buy as much of it. It's not as popular. And then you run the risk of those people not coming back because they're like, well, that's the only reason I came here. PvE could run the same route. It's like all this investment, all this building, quest building, world building, weapons, we're not making enough money on it. We got to trim that down. We got to offer less. And but you might lose those players. Well, yeah, that's fine. If 75% of the player base is drifting toward one particular trend or one particular side of the game, then they would make that judgment call as a business, and prioritization and triage would happen. They would say, this needs to get a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? Can't get tired from drinking if you're always tired. That's my secret. I'm always tired. That's right. Stutzo submitted a question here. Curious about your opinion. A player can only participate in the PvP war stuff if chosen by the top guilds in that server. Wouldn't that limit PvP engagement for lesser guild players? Yes, and I don't know if they're going to have a solution for this long term, right? How are you going to feel if every time one of these things happens, you're like, I can't play. I don't get picked. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't know if I've ever played a video game that made me have flashbacks to not getting picked for dodgeball, right? I mean, I always got picked for dodgeball because I was small and fast, right? If you were small and fast, you were first pick. They wanted you. You're harder to hit. You're spry, right? But there were definitely games that I didn't get picked first. Basketball would be one of them. I was small. You don't want the small guy in your team for basketball. I wasn't very good at it, right? And so no one wants to boot up a video game on a Friday night or the weekend to be like, oh man, I can't wait to play, and then, oh, I didn't get picked. Imagine doing that. Imagine like booting up, you go to play like Call of Duty, and you're like, oh man, I can't wait to play, and then the lobby gets set up, and there's like 100 people, and then there's some guy with a clipboard. And you're like, what the frick is this? And he's like, name please. And you're like, Cow Destroyer 221? Cow Destroyer 221. Let us see. Oh, yes. Your kill death's too low. Next. And you'd be like, I can't play? No. You're like, but this is a cool event that you're doing. I want to take part. End of the line. Like, no one would want to play. No one want to play that. Like, if you end up feeling that way, if that's the experience, like, what's their answer to that? Like, dude, I booted up. I wanted to play. I think this sounds cool. You know, I've been playing as much as I can, and I can't get in, right? I can't get in. Why? This doesn't seem fair. You know, I'm digging the increase in actual faces in the profile pics. It's nice putting faces to names and obnoxious personalities. I play sports games, common thing. You want to play, you put yourself in a position to play. But that doesn't mean it's right just because other games do it. It doesn't mean it's going to be good for the player base, you know. That's not going to be good for the player base. If you're trying to grow a player base, I don't think one of the ways you do it is by sending people away. Like, we want as many people to play our game as possible. And when you show up to this event, you're likely to get rejected and you can't take part. That I don't know. That doesn't seem to be a good long-term strategy, right? It's great for the player base. Be a good player or go play Halo. No, I disagree. I think you're going to drive people away. They're going to be like, man, I got to put in the time. I really like this game. Me and my buddies have been playing. We've been having fun. And I didn't get picked? Why? Like, oh, I'm a little bit too weak? Or, oh, I need to put a couple more hours in? Like, what do you mean? Like, an attitude like that's going to kill a game? Yeah, like Creatures being tongue-in-cheek, but like that's the thing. That's how people are going to feel. They're going to be like, wait, I got to get good or I can't get picked? You know? Yo, what's good, Agent Atwood? I wonder if they've spoken to this. If they've said like, oh yeah, that we've got things in place to ensure, you know, that you'll get regular engagement. I'm pretty sure that's not how PvP works. No, someone literally just said moments ago that for the big 50-person thing, that there's like a guild dude, there's like a head guy or whatever that picks people. It doesn't work like that. You get picked for certain roles. They can't tell you can't play. Well, there's only so many people that can. So if you get instanced in, do you get instanced in and then there's only 50 people? So you might get told to do something you don't want to do, but they can't tell you to get out. I would imagine they would just limit it to 50 players, and then you might be in charge of like making broom handles, and you're like, I don't want to do that. And they're like, well, we need those made. We got to keep these streets clean, you know, during the battle. And you're going to be like, I don't want to do that. 50 player limit, you have to be chosen to participate. So you're telling me they load in more than 50 people and you have to be chosen to participate? That doesn't even make any sense. I don't understand why you would do that. Why would you give that power to somebody? That seems entirely backwards. I would imagine you just put 50 people in and then you just maybe even randomly assign people jobs. As the worst players leave, new people become the worst, and then they get punished and leave. Cycle continues. Yeah, it doesn't seem like a good system. It's not that bad. Why you gotta play everything? Go to regular PvP. What do you mean, why do I gotta play everything? It's a video game. If you're like, hey, we're doing this thing on a Friday night, and you're like, great, I can't wait to try, and you show up and you're like, no, you're not allowed to do everything. Get out. Like, what? This is a video game. It's not the army, you know? Sorry, soldier. You just weren't good enough. Like, it's a video game. If there are 50 people in your company better than you at PvP, just in your company, go play Halo? But that's inevitable. What do you mean? You sign up at a town board, and the leaders pick out of a pool of people. You either get notified to play in the battle, and you show up, or you don't. So, okay, I guess my question would be, are you able to do it again? You're like, oh, I want to play. And they're like, no, we didn't pick you. And you're like, okay, can you go to another one? Or is it like they have a mayor system? There is not really many better ways to fill a limited person event. Yeah, but I don't know. That seems like a short road. If you want my honest opinion, that seems like a short road. All it's going to take is a couple of times of not getting picked for somebody to be like, cool, I'm good. I'm not going to try and do that ever again. People don't like rejection. It's like one of our least favorite things as a human species. You know what I mean? I wonder how many it would take to get you out there. Yeah. You got Hilly and Zubair coming for you for the shots at Halo. You know? I don't know. I'm not going to pretend that I could propose a better system. I'm just telling you how humans operate. And you boot up on a Friday night, or you boot up on a Thursday afternoon, whenever, and you're like, oh, I got rejected again. Well, sign me up, Sally. I want to do that some more. You know, I want to keep playing a game that's telling me no. Nah, you can't play. Right? Sounds like no participation trophies here. I have no weight in this fight. I'm just trolling. Well, right. I mean, I don't necessarily, I don't know. You mean to tell me it's possible that I won't get to play because someone doesn't like something about me? Epic. Well, when you sign up to say, hey, I'll take part in this big battle, the guy choosing could be like, well, we already have somebody at your particular, like, setup. Like, we already have somebody that can do that, or we already have somebody that can do this. Like, you might not have a place. There we go. Somebody ordered some coffee, a bag of light roast to Jerichide. Thank you. First order of coffee for the day. Use that coffee command or go to rageousroast.com. Guys, don't forget our other sponsors. Shirt Command will take you to 80s Tees. This comes from their Star Wars collection. Be sure to use code LONO for 30% off. 80s Tees has an amazing selection of shirts. Marvel, Star Wars, 80s movies, TV shows. If you can think of it, it's there. And don't forget about Displate. Use the Displate command, or if you're watching this as a past broadcast, be sure to use the Displate link below. You have to use that link to get the discount and for me to get credit. Agree. If I want to try but I never get picked, I won't try again. I feel like it'll have diminishing returns. People will just be like, I'm not going to keep coming back and being told no. Sorry, butt scratcher. We already have someone who runs around wildly in the enemy camp with no gear on. Right. Let's get the likes to 300. Yeah, we got a poll. We got likes. I actually thought we would have a stronger turnout today. I really did. I thought more of you were interested in New World. I wonder if the PvP, you can look at the poll. I wonder if the PvP focus is turning a lot of this audience off. They're like, I don't really care about that game, right? Because of the PvP. You know what I mean? Star Wars, never heard of it. Sounds cool. It kind of leads to large companies hogging all the fun. You join them or have low chance to participate, which can cannibalize the base PvP casual players. We're not talking about a 6-man event. We're talking about getting 50 people on the same page. It's all about the perception. I am not disputing whether or not this is a necessary process in order to have a successful, 50-person event. I'm not debating that. I'm saying from the player's perception, that's not going to go well, right? It's not going to go well. Can you come up with a contingency plan here? Hey, you got rejected. Go over here and apply to this one. Or you can do this or da 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 da. Like, if you don't have a fallback, I just think people are going to be like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to keep trying and keep getting told no. You know what I mean? All it would take is 2 rejections in a row, and that person's done. They're like, I don't understand this game. I played, I put my time in, I've got some good stuff, I'm decent at the game, and I just keep getting told no. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? They have mayors in the game who dictate a lot of things that happen for people. How do you become a mayor? Right? That's the job I want. I want to become the mayor, It's like, was it Chris Rock that said, he was like, I don't want Shaq's check. I want to be the guy writing Shaq's check. Like, I want to be the mayor. I think we're getting confused about how this works. This is based on a fort that's being held by a particular guild in the first place. Okay, so you form a guild and you select the mayor, and then that mayor determines who fights in the battles. How large can a guild be? I was envisioning people just teaming up, doing stuff, being like, sweet, and then being like, oh, there's a thing this Friday night, let me go try and get in, and just being told, no, you can't, right? You join up some guild, and it's got 100 some odd members, and 64 people apply to fight. 14 people are going to be pretty miffed. You know what I mean? You're talking about a mayor or a mayor? A mayor. Not a mayor, but a mayor. Not like a mayor. More like a mayor. You see? It's different. It's different. No, you have to be in that company. So you're saying company, but isn't there something like... There has to be a limit. Like, everybody that joins that company is not all together and has the same mayor. Like, you're going to have hundreds of thousands of people on Team Blue or whatever they're called. That's not going to work. They're going to be smaller, I would imagine, smaller scale versions of like these groups or whatever. It'd be cool for large scale PvP, but we all know what they're doing to implement in the way that we all want to. My recommendation, when the beta launches in a few hours, try to get 50 people in the same place at the same time and see how many you turn away. That's a good idea. I need to get it installed. I just realized. I just need to get it installed. There we go. They sent me the email. They're like, it's now installable. It's a 36 gig game. It's going to take a minute. It's going to take 20 minutes to install. That's what it says. We all know it'll take a little bit longer. There isn't a mayor per guild. I believe it's per settlement. Okay. So you got a settlement, right? You got a settlement, and how many people are in that settlement? 100, 200, 300? Little of column A, little of column B. Let's see if we can find New World 50-person. How does it work? Right? Hands-on with the classic. New World has a frequently asked question about it. Let's find if we can get them to answer our question. Right? No, now they just got questions about the open beta. Yeah, we might have to go to the PC Gamer article here and see what they say about it. They're hands-on with it. They talk about the combat. They talk about the opening tutorial. Territory battles. No. Yeah, the territory control system. I'm not seeing a breakdown. Here we go. How a 50 versus 50 player battle comes about takes some explaining, and things have changed a little since I last saw New World. The rapid fire version. The world is divided into territories, most of which contain a settlement and a fort. Territories are governed by companies, which are founded and run by players. The leader of a company can set tax rates in the territories they control, a little off the top, from anyone who uses the settlement's crafting equipment, and encourage the public to contribute to improvement projects. and such as better fort defenses and higher tier crafting stations. If another company thinks that they ought to be in charge, they can declare war, and a battle will take place at a real-world time set by the defenders. Each company can recruit up to 50 players to fight in the battle. They don't all have to be company members, and the siege commences. Winner takes all. Why would you fight for a company you're not a member of? Most likely, you have nothing to lose and it would be fun, but maybe one of the companies promises lower taxes or public projects like improved crafting stations. You'll unlock perks in territories you spend a lot of time in, such as extra XP or lower taxes when you do your business there. So there's incentive to keep a governor you like around. And if you bought a house in that settlement, it acts as a fast travel point. Houses are not new structures that you can plop by a lake, another idea that was scrapped, and so they take a little imagination to make sense. Each territory settlement includes houses. So it doesn't say. It just doesn't say. It doesn't say how you get those 50 people. It just says, you recruit 50 people, okay, but who determines how many people are going to be saying anything? How many people are going to be doing anything? Nightbot's not working. Yeah, Nightbot might be lagging, Atwood. He could just be lagging behind. We'll see if we can just get him to respond to a basic command like shirt. The question command may be, sometimes the question command acts up. Sometimes you got to kind of jar him awake with like a shirt command or, something else. Yeah, Nightbot might be having trouble right now. There it goes. No, Nightbot woke back up. You may want to just try your question again then. He may have trouble recognizing you in the Discord. I don't know what. No, yeah, you're a YouTube member of the Discord. Should be working just fine. Yeah. You may have to do it in... No, it's the same form. It's the same form. Same form. Okay, that one got through, Atwood. That one got through. Yeah, back to Stutzo's question. I think this has a potential problem to go awry here. I think there's the potentiality here of people being like, I keep trying to get involved in these big, huge battles, and I don't get picked. I'm not getting picked. Like I can't play. Like I don't know. That to me, and I understand why. Understanding why doesn't mean that it's good, right? If I go to a restaurant and they tell me, yeah, I'm sorry, we can't seat you. We don't have enough room, right? And it's like a Tuesday night. And I'm like, okay, I understand. Limited seating, you're on a popular street corner. Okay, cool. I go back the next night. I'm sorry, we cannot seat you. We're full. And the wait time, you're not going to want to wait. Wait time's going to be an hour. Okay, and I leave. Now, how many times can I experience that before I say, I'm going to stop trying to go to that restaurant, right? I can have an intellectual understanding of why you can't seat me. I can figure it out. You're on a popular street corner, you got 20 tables, and you don't take reservations. It's first come, first serve, and the wait time just gets crazy. Okay, I can have an intellectual understanding of like, yep, I know why, but that doesn't mean I'm going to come back. You can have an intellectual understanding of like, well, they have to do it this way. This is the only way logistically to get all these people together. And yeah, it's just going to be, you're going to get rejected sometimes. You're not going to be able to take part. Well, okay, that doesn't mean I'm going to keep playing and keep trying. I'm going to walk away. This is like a pickup game of basketball and you saying that you want to force me to pick certain people on my team. Well, I'm not saying that you should be forced. I'm not taking issue with the logistics of someone saying, let's pick the best people. We got 72 that applied. 10 of these people are like, they literally just started playing 2 hours ago. We're not going to pick them. They don't know what they're doing, right? So those 10 people get told no. Well, there's 62 people left. Okay. Well, here we go. This guy here, this guy there. Yeah, they're not very good. Like, I'm not saying you should have to pick and be forced to play with people that are bad. What I'm saying is that that's not, I don't know how long that's going to last. How long are people going to put up with that? Like the restaurant example. You can give me a heartfelt apology and a complete rundown of your business and the traffic, the foot traffic, and make perfect sense to me why I can almost never come and eat in your restaurant. You can't play until a certain level. Okay, that's a decent barrier, but still, we all know eventually you have a ton of people that are trying to get in. I'm just curious, have they said anything about that? Have they said, we're going to put this in place to ensure that anybody who wants to take part in a battle has a shot or has a chance, or if you get rejected, there's other ways to help, or there's other things you can do, or you can go do this instead. Like, if they haven't said that, I'll be very interested to see how this goes. Be very interested. Look at how irritated people get when they do a beta and you don't get in. You know the game's going to launch in like a week and you'll be able to play just fine, right? Or when there's a queue time. When there's a queue time and you have to wait like 20 minutes to play, you are incensed. You're like, this is bogus. The complaining that I see on days like that, I know why people are irritated. I don't judge them for complaining. But boy, people get ticked. They're like, I can't believe this. And it makes perfect sense. However, you have this sense of like desire getting frustrated on a regular basis. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to maintain that. If you're, think about it from this angle. If New World is extremely successful, right? If they're extremely successful, then this problem just gets worse, doesn't it? Like, is it server-based? Like, do you limit the number of people that are in that server, in that territory, in that company? So that way it's very rare for somebody to get told no. You know, can I switch servers and try again? Can I switch instances and try again? I didn't get in. Let me try this one. Am I now in a constant? Am I now Steve Rogers at the beginning of Captain America? Am I like just constantly trying to get in and I can't? Like I go to like 10 different, places and can't get in? They want you in a guild to make friends and have you interact with a mass group of players similar to almost every other MMO. It sounds to me like they've tried sculpting their PvP around the guild specifically, not really single-player-esque friendly by design. Right. It'll be no different than in the game that shall not be named. How? That if I want to go play PvP, hey, somebody ordered 5 bags? Dusty the Mad, you are appropriately named. You are Madman. 5 bags of Dark Roast Rageless Roast. That is a big order, Dusty. Thank you. You're describing a situation that less than 1% of the player population will not encounter. No, it's not a functioning parallel. It is not a functioning parallel. If they had a mode in this game and I had to go and find people to play with me and then I bring them with me, okay? That's different than saying, hey, there's all these people coming and want to play, go put your name in the hat, and you just get rejected. Now, sure, you could have the same experience using like an LFG. Oh, I want to go run this raid or this dungeon in New World. And they're like, we don't want to play with you. You're trash, right? That could certainly happen. But that's the player base saying, yeah, we don't really want to play with you, here's why. Or maybe they don't even say anything to you, right? They don't even say anything. They set the standards. They're like, no, minimum level, minimum gear level, minimum experience, minimum whatever, right? I don't know. I'm not saying there's a better way. I'm saying, do you have a contingency plan when every week you have thousands of players getting told no by the community? They're not gonna take that in stride and be like, no, I understand. I was really looking forward to this. It lined up with my schedule, but I've been rejected. That's fine. I understand. No, I don't know they're not going to take that in stride. Raids can be scheduled whenever with whoever, but a war is scheduled without you, and many other people want to play, but only if you can. Totally different. Right. We're trying something new, and I think it's a breath of fresh air. Right, but what you think a breath of fresh air is might be terrible for other people, right? I think we're framing this wrong. It's not PvP, it's GVG with space for randoms. If you aren't getting picked in a busy territory, maybe find a less busy one, like levels of baseball. That's what I mean, Zubair. Are they going to be able to walk you through that? Hey, you got rejected. There's other ways to approach this. You could go over to this territory. You could go over to this settlement and try and get into theirs or whatever. But if I've been hanging out in this settlement and doing stuff and it feels very much like home, and then someone declares war on us, and I'm like, that'll line up. I can be here on that Friday night, like, because the defenders get to pick when they defend. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I can play then, and I get rejected. Then how many times do you think a player puts up with that? And those people don't need to play? Not every game is meant for everyone? I don't understand how you can say that and think that's a good business strategy. Like, not every game's meant for everyone. Sorry, sucker. You're 2 levels too short. Not every game's meant for everyone. The perception of the player is, why would I play this game then? I've never played a game that can reject me. Like, oh man, Splitgate's awesome. Oh sweet, I'm level 10. I'm gonna go into Instagib. I can't imagine matchmaking and somebody being like, you're not good enough. Yeah. It was going to put you on our team. Your kill death's too low. And then I go back to the lobby. I'd be like, what? If I tried that 2 or 3 more times and got the same result, do you want to know what I would do? I would uninstall the game. I'll be like, oh, okay. I guess you don't want me, right? You can't make a game that pleases everyone. I'm not saying that the game should please everyone. I don't think it's a necessity to say this game should please everyone. It's a third-person open-world MMO. Like, that automatically isn't going to be pleasing to everyone. It's going to appeal to a certain batch of people, right? There's going to be a certain player base that finds this game, worthy of playing, right? From Software seems to make a nice living of it's not for everyone. You guys today are guilty of awful parallels. Those are not functioning parallels. That's not the same. Do you have any idea how intellectually just disingenuous that comparison is? Like, I know you're smart enough to know that comparison is knee-slappingly laughable. From Software saying, we have made a really hard game. Come and try and beat it. You don't go and play their game and they say, well, we looked at your game history. You're not allowed to play. That's not what they say. They say, take a crack. Take a crack. See if you're good. But I want an easy mode. No, this is our game. That's not the same as a game saying, there's a battle in your territory this Friday. Oh, I would like to play. You're not allowed to play. Those aren't even equal at all. You talk about a false equivalency. They're not even in the same ballpark. Like, it's not the same. It's not the same. The fact that you think that's comparable, that's funny to me. That you feel so entitled to an easy mode that you think, oh yeah, this is too hard for me. That's the same as a game saying you're not allowed to play. Like, that's not the same at all. Neither is Amazon. They're leaving that for the player base. But the difference is, in Dark Souls, I can keep trying and get better. In this situation, you could literally have somebody say, no, we don't want you to play with us. We don't like you, or we don't like your build, or whatever. You're not playing the meta. Remember when people were getting kicked? And I was like, people have every right to kick you in Outriders, right? They have every right to kick you. Why? Because you could go and get your friends and play with them. You don't have to use the matchmaking. You could use the matchmaking to find other people. This isn't that at all. This is saying this is an event and you're not allowed in. Like, getting kicked from matchmaking is different than being like, no, you can't. Because why? Well, you can just re-queue. Well, they can't re-queue. It's an event. It's like, no, that's it. That's the end of it. You get kicked from matchmaking because someone's like, we're looking to play with these types of players right now. We're literally looking for this. We're not looking for that. And you're like, okay, cool. And then you keep matchmaking. In this, they're like, you're literally not allowed in at all. The event's going to happen. The event's going to conclude. And you don't get in. It's not the same. The picture you're painting is not going to be a thing. So when people say they pick who gets to play, that of necessity means people don't get to play. How am I painting a picture that's not going to be a thing? It's one and done. It's one goes with the other. If you can pick who can play, that means there are people who don't get to play. Then you just go to another area or server. Have you been listening? I have said that multiple times. I am extremely interested in what's the contingency plan for someone who gets rejected. Can they go to another settlement? Can they go to another server? Or are they just like, aw shucks, I'll try again next week? What's the backup plan for all of the folks that get rejected? It means you better be in the top 50 of your company or you shouldn't be surprised. But again, there's always going to be 52nd place. Like, there's always going to be, like, somebody who edges you out. So what are you supposed to do? That's how it works in a lot of games. Tell me a game that when you try to be a part of the event, they tell you no. I need a game that does that. I'm not talking about a raid where you're trying to find people that you're compatible with. I'm talking about a game that is literally telling you, you are not allowed to come into this event. That's what I want to know. I also want to know, what's this game going to do for the folks that get rejected? What's the contingency plan, right? Final Fantasy. So spell it out for me, because you guys have already this morning made at least 2 intellectual leaps that are silly. You've compared it to Raid LFG in Destiny and Dark Souls. Like, I need to know how it works in Final Fantasy before I accept you saying that, yeah, that happens in that game. What game literally says, nah, you can't get in? You're not allowed in. Now, I'm not talking about players matchmaking and saying, we don't want you on our team. I'm talking about a one-time event that happens. You know what I mean? You aren't prefacing that right. A game where you are told no by the player base, not a mechanic or some kind of thing built by matchmaking, actual players telling you no. Right, because in LFG, they would be like, we need this class, we need this role, you're not strong enough, whatever, we don't want to play with you. That's different. They're building their own little team. This is, there's an event happening in the place where I am. I'm here. I'm in this settlement. I want to be a part of it. And they're like, no, you can't. Yeah, you're including Destiny, so I don't trust any of the examples you're putting in chat, Creature, because your example in Destiny is not the same. It isn't. It's not. These are players going off to LFG and saying, we want people at this level, or we want a hunter, and you're not that. So we don't want you on our team. It's not the same as a one-time event that you would like to be a part of, and then you don't get allowed to be a part of it. That's not a fair comparison. So the fact that Destiny's on your list, the rest of your list is suspect to me. I'm like, your list is suspect, because that's not true in Destiny. Final Fantasy has a lot of events where if you don't meet some criteria, you can't play it. But that's not the same. Do you see? That's a false equivalency. Having an activity where you have to be level 20 and you're level 18, that's not the game rejecting you. That's you failing to meet a minimum criteria. That isn't the same at all. It's not. It's a PvP event. That's my point. It's not different at all. You said exactly what it is. Hey, we need you to be this strong for our 50-player team. You aren't, sorry, get better. But you don't know that that's why. Like, if you respond to an LFG post and they're like, we need people to be level 100, and you try to sneak in at level 98 or 99, then they're going to tell you you're not strong enough. We made a post with this requirement. If I'm at the required level and I'm a pretty good player and there's too many people applying, you understand what's going to happen, right? Have you ever played a video game before? You're going to have a ton of people in the area all at the same level. You're acting like it's going to be blatantly obvious. Yeah, you're a potato. You're level 3. There's a minimum requirement to even apply to be involved in these. Somebody in chat said that. They said, yeah, you can't even do it at a certain level. So there's going to be a ton of people in the area, all at the same level, and by default, de facto, there are people getting rejected and told no. What are they supposed to do? It's not like they get a handwritten note that says, sorry, man, better luck next time. Really work on your double sword efficiency. That's what we need. They're not going to get that. They're just not going to get chosen. And my question is, what's the contingency plan for that player? You're acting like you can only respond to one instance. But that's been my question. I'm not saying it's terrible by design. I'm saying by design, you will have rejects. Players will not respond well to that. What's the contingency plan? And the response I got was, well, not every game is for everybody. Okay, well, that means they're supposed to walk away and not play. A shrugged shoulder sort of, yeah, well, it's not a game for everybody. And then I got comparisons made to Dark Souls. So in your mind, it's the same as Dark Souls saying we don't have an easy mode. Like, what? That's not the same at all. If there's nothing for you when you get rejected, I'm telling you right now, that's a short road. People will walk away. They'll be like, I hit the requirement and I can't get in. What is this? This isn't normal PvP. This isn't a normal PvP event that just any old person should be entitled to. People have to initiate it. There's a limit of how many people can be there. How else should they do it? You're struggling to listen this morning. You are. I said, I'm going to say it again. I'm not taking an issue with the logistics of it. I intellectually understand there's only so many people that can play, so there are people that must be rejected. What do you do with those people? In a month or two, you can't just say, sorry, it's a limited time event, you didn't make the cut. If you've got somebody who's invested, they've leveled, they've been playing, and they're like, I don't understand why I got rejected. I'm not a noob, I'm not low level. So that's been the way I framed it. I understand it intellectually. I'm not saying just let everybody come in. That'd be a disaster. You'd have thousands of people. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't be stable. It would be absolutely chaos. So what if SNTR Gamer XYZ gets rejected every single instance? What's the plan there? That's what I'm saying. Like, I understand you don't want Johnny Credit Card who has no clue what he's doing and he just thinks he's entitled to get in and he's super weak and doesn't have any gear. I'm not arguing for the player that's clueless. I'm arguing for the committed player that can't get in. What are they supposed to do? What's the contingency plan? And all I've been told is, well, the game might not be for them. That's the same as Dark Souls. What? No, it's not. That's not the same at all. That's somebody who can't get in. That's MMOs. You try and you make it. If you don't, you wait for the next one. And my prediction is that won't go over very well because this game is appealing and marketed to non-traditional MMO players. It's accessible. It's got an action-adventure feel. It's charming. Like, it's approachable. It's a very, very approachable game. That's not going to go over very well. I've been playing for a couple weeks, man. I really like this game. Oh, man, our settlement's going to get it. I can play this Friday. Dope. And they get rejected. They're not a traditional MMO player. They're not going to go, well, that's the way the cookie crumbles. They're going to stop playing. That's what I've been saying. It goes over well in Final Fantasy and other MMOs. I think it'll be fine. I disagree. I don't think this game is marketing to just those people. I think those people will accept it, Wheezy. You guys are proving to me that you'll accept it because you're all saying, that's how it works. There's other games like this where you try to go get in the event, you don't get in the event. Maybe you're too weak. Maybe it filled up too fast. Maybe you're the wrong class. That's just the way that it goes. Those people will say that. There's a significant portion of people that will be like, I want to play. Just like how I said at the beginning of this conversation, in the beginning of this video, When you attract PvP players are a little different. They're cut from a little bit of a different cloth, and they're going to want to go in and do the PvP. They're going to want to do everything they can to find how to grief. They're going to want to do everything they can to find how to, be exploitative. You know it's true. Every PvP game you have ever played, you run into these people. They are everywhere, okay? So those are the types of people that are going to grind, commit themselves, and want to be a part of these events. And how many times will they get rejected and just accept it? That, to me, is the question. Like Zubair said a little bit ago, how can you make the rejection, palatable? Oh, you can do this instead, or, oh, go try this instance, or go try this settlement. That's been my question. What's the contingency plan? You're talking about thousands of people getting rejected every single time this happens. For every 50 that get in, there's 50 that don't. There's going to be hundreds of people wanting to take part. It isn't being marketed, sure, but there's an established understanding for decades at this point. You make it in or you don't. I am living proof that you're wrong, Wheezy, because I'm sitting here saying, I'd be ticked off if that were me. And I'm the type of player jumping in and playing New World and saying, I've never really gotten into MMOs, but this game's pretty tight. If you don't think there's going to be a lot of lonos in this game, you're kidding yourself. I think a lot of people have been pleasantly surprised by this game. And getting rejected and getting told no, I don't think it's going to go over very well. They're like, what do you mean I can't get in? What do you mean I can't play? What are you talking about? I've been here. I've been in the settlement. I've been making fishing poles. I've been grinding. What do you mean? Why can't I get in? I got rejected? That's not going to go over for very long. People are going to be like, oh, forget that game. I tried 2 different times and got told no. Now, if there was a contingency plan in place, hey, you're a part of this or you're a part of that club or that company, go try over here or go do this or whatever. I don't know. Something. Contingency is you missed it. Here's another event upcoming. See if you can get in. It has worked for other MMOs. Right. That's the point I was trying to make. If the rejection hits a toxicity level, I don't mean toxic like toxic people, right? When you take a pill, there's a level of toxicity, right? And when you pass that level of toxicity, you OD. What's the toxicity? How many times can a player get rejected before they're like, I'm out of here? Because there's going to be a lot of people in this player pool that do not understand what you guys are outlining. They're not going to be like, that's just the way that it goes. It's an MMO. They're going to be like, this is stupid, right? This is dumb. Yeah, they have set days and times. The defenders get to choose the date and time. So if you go and say, we're attacking your settlement because we want to control it, the defenders get to set the date and the time of when the battle happens. And then the people in the settlement can apply to be a part of it. You're like, oh, it's going to be Thursday? No, I can't. Oh, it's going to be Friday night? I can. And you apply to get in. You're going to get in if you want, even if you're remotely competent. You have a better chance of doing this event than you do of running a raid in a game that should not be named. Well, sure, but I have a hard time believing there's going to be thousands of people running around, hundreds of people in an instance, and everybody gets in. That seems to me an impossibility. You're going to have people that get rejected. For good reasons? Sure, yeah, for good reasons. Sometimes like, what are you talking about, bro? No, you don't even know what you're doing. You're spec'd all wrong, you know? So sure, sometimes people will get rejected for good reason. You know, come on. What are you doing here? You don't even know what you're doing. You're not even leveled, or you're not even done this yet, or whatever. There is a level requirement, so you're not going to get flooded with noobs. I mean, there is a barrier that says, it would be like, it'd be like matchmaking for a really hard quest in ESO. Well, you know that you're not going to get a bunch of noobs in there because there's a level limitation. Like, you can't get in unless you're a certain level. This is like Returnal. It's a proper rogue. But if you don't know how rogues work, then you end up angry. We saw it happen in real time. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Returnal looked like and appealed to people that enjoy third-person sci-fi shooters. It appealed to players that didn't know they were buying a rogue, and they're like, what? back at the beginning and everything's random, like, and they hated it, you know. I don't think there's so many people in one place that you'll never get in on these events. I'm pretty sure there are size limits. Right, and that's my question. If there are size limits, then what's the need to have this application process? Like, on average, what's it going to be? 40 people apply, and you're like, well, yeah, they all get in? Or is it going to be like 110 people apply, and 60 people get told to go pack in? Like, you see what I'm saying? On average, if you're rejecting 5 or 6 people, and they can switch instances or settlements and apply again, well, that's totally fine. That'll work itself out. But if you got 30, 40, 50 people every time getting rejected, I feel like that's going to have depreciating returns. Eventually people are going to be like, I can't get in. This is annoying. It's worked for other MMOs, but Lono is right. People will get rejected due to a meta. Certain classes get rejected. It happens in Black Desert Online. Yeah, it happened in Outriders. They had a weak class, and people were like, we don't want to play with that class, right? And I defended people's ability to say, I only want to play with this. This is what I'm looking for right now. And I was like, if you're playing as a Devastator, that's a huge bummer for you. But if your class is busted right now, broken or weak, it's not fair for 2 randoms to feel like they have to suffer with you, right? So it's perfectly fine and legitimate to reject people for actual legitimate reasons. Like, no, you're too weak, or we don't need that class right now. My problem wasn't with the fact that, like, yeah, I never once said that you shouldn't be able to reject people for this event. I said, what are you going to do with the people when they get rejected? It's a natural course of things. I can intellectually understand why it's needed and why it happens, but what are you going to do with them after the fact? Like in the restaurant example, if I can't go eat at that restaurant 2 or 3 times in a row, my intellectual understanding of why doesn't even remotely mean I'm going to keep trying. You know what I mean? I'm not going to keep trying. Like, yeah, well, why not? A couple rejections with no backup plan, I'm going to stop going to that corner. Right? If I can't go to that corner and have a backup plan, like, well, it's always worth trying because there's a taco joint around the corner that's almost as good. Right? Just like in any other game, I'm so confused by this. But this is not just like in any other game. I have never played a game that said, there's a really, really cool event happening this Friday. Do you want to take part? And I look at my calendar and say, yeah, I do. You're not allowed in. What? I've never had that experience. Ever. Never. With LFG and raid teams, sure, there would be people that were like, we don't want to play with you, you're too low level, and I would just try and find another group. The raid wasn't an event. It wasn't time. It was like, oh, it's only this Friday, and you can't get in. It's not been like that. I've got the right amount of power. My character's strong enough. I can go and try and find people to play with. And those individuals might say, no, thank you, and then I can go on to the next. Why? There's a contingency plan. You've never had that experience and never will? You understand I played that game before I was a streamer, right? You know that I had to run the end game and raids and stuff with people and LFG and find people. You know that I did that before I streamed. And I got rejected a couple times. They were like, no, we don't need a Titan. It happened. I remember it. I remember being told, the guy was polite. He was like, we need this right now. We're looking for this. I was like, okay, cool. And I backed out. And guess what? There was an automatic contingency plan. I just went and found another group. And that's been what I've been saying this entire time. If there's no contingency plan, there's a portion of this player base that's going to say, I don't understand. I got rejected and can't take part. The event's going to come and go. I can't go try. It's not like a static thing that I can just do later or find a different team, right? You see? It was a static piece of content, and I could just go find another team to do it. The same thing you'll do in this game. But no one has explained that to me. You sit there, you're being kind of smug, like you're laughing at me like I'm stupid. No one has said that that's what you can go do. Got rejected at this settlement, just go to another one. Or just re-instance and try again. No one has said that. They've said, no, yeah, these are the words that you said to me. Not every game is for every person. They're not the right player. They should go play Halo. That's what you said. That's not the same as a static activity that if a team rejects me, go find another team and come back to this static activity. We're talking about an event that happens on a Friday night that I got rejected for. What do I do when that happens? What? We joked about play another game. This game's not for you. That's not an answer. That's not an answer. What'd you tell the carry when they said they couldn't ride until you're this tall? I wanted to run this and this. It was not my fault. But that's different, though. That's a team building a team. That's not the same as, like, you know what I mean? You guys are looking into this too much. Also, it's impossible to include everyone in these events. There doesn't need to be any consolation. Also, in a game where the players have all the control and vote for this stuff, what do you guys expect? And I'm telling you right now, this game is marketing itself at a certain type of player. Do you think I'm bad at predicting how communities respond to stuff? Look at the history of my channel and my content creation. Do you think I'm bad at predicting how communities respond to things, or do you think I'm good at it? If you were putting chips on the table and I was making a prediction about how a player base and how people were going to respond to something, and I made my prediction, do you think you can back my prediction? Am I good at it or am I bad at it? I'm pretty good at it, right? I'm asking a question that's sort of rhetorical. For years, I said, this isn't going to fly. People are going to get mad. People will reject this. And like clockwork, every time, I'm like a prophet. I am telling you right now, the community and the type of player that this game is bringing in, they will not accept this. They will not accept this. They will get irritated, and it has depreciating returns. The hardcores, the people that get the MMOs, the people that have played them before, they'll understand it. They get it. They know how it works. I'm talking about all the other people being like, this doesn't make any sense to me. I'm sitting here telling you, as someone who enjoys the game, and I found it appealing, as someone who didn't play EverQuest, as someone who didn't play World of Warcraft, and I'm sitting here telling you, well, I wouldn't like that, not very much at all. I would just stop trying, right? This is why we'll have a New World LFG in the Discord. Right, like players will come up with solutions. Sure. My position has been, and you have to understand what I'm saying. You're not even engaging with what I'm saying when you're like, oh, players have been accepting this for years. It's the same in World of Warcraft. It's the same in Final Fantasy. You understand there's going to be a ton of people like me in the player base that have never touched those games, and they're going to reject this. So you're like, no, players have been accepting it for years. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about those people. The WoW heads and the EverQuest heads, Final Fantasy guys, they're not going to even blink at this. They're not even going to blink at this. They're going to be like, yeah, this is normal, right? It's everybody else that I'm talking about. Do you want those players? I kind of think you do. I kind of think this game appeals to that. I'm going to go chop down trees, or I'm going to go do this. I mean, this is really cool, right? It's not exactly a casual event. I'm not saying that it is. I'm not saying that it should be accessible to casuals. There was overwhelmingly positive feedback from the 50-50 battles. Right. You asked people how fun it was, and they told you it was great. That restaurant on the street corner that I can't get into, man, we're getting great feedback on our food. I can't get in. You didn't even ask me. You see what I mean? Like, of course you got overwhelmingly positive feedback. It's fun. The food's great. You're asking the people, right? You're asking the people in the restaurant, is the food good? Of course they're going to say it's good. The place is packed. Of course people love the 50 versus 50. They were fun. I saw the footage. It looked dope. It looked really great. I said that in my video this morning. I said there's an undeniable draw, that live stream spectacle in these big battles. It has massive potential to pull tons of people in. If it was the existence of Reddit, there would have been already backlash of people complaining about it. Yeah, but you're talking about a beta with limited player pool. I'm talking about 2 weeks into the launch when you're at your maximum player saturation and you got hundreds of people, maybe thousands every day, every week being told, no, you can't get in. I'm here to tell you, the more mid lane, the more non-traditional MMO players, it won't make sense to them. They won't understand what's going on. Unless, this has been my point, unless there's a contingency plan. You got rejected for this one, go here, do this, do that to get into another one. If that's not in place, it won't make sense. They'll be like, well, I don't understand. I've been playing for 2 weeks. I'm pretty good. I've got a good level. I've got a good kit. I've got good gear, whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what what am I supposed to do? No, you just got rejected. Come back the next time we have one. Huh? What I'm trying to explain to you is that this picture you're painting will not happen. You don't make one, you just queue to the next one. But the way we just read it in the PC Gamer thing, creature, if they declare the thing on your settlement, it gets scheduled by the defenders, and then you say, yeah, I'd like to be in it. There's not another one right behind it at the same settlement. Are you honestly getting attacked that often? That's not how it was described. What I read, that's not how it was described. It was described as, you're being attacked, defenders pick the date and time, people sign up to get involved, 50 people get chosen. That's how it was described. It wasn't like, yeah, there's always another one right behind the next. You're not like, oh, okay, you peel that one off, you know, like when somebody's peeling off paper on those big drawing pads, there's another one right underneath of it. That's not how it was described. No, I'm not covering the PlayStation Showcase today. It's too late in the day. You're assuming only 50 people want to attack. Right, but it wasn't described in that way, like, we're going to attack. Okay, we'll defend on Friday. And then some other guys walk by, I'm like, we're going to attack too. The way it was described, it was like, once that's done, they're trying to take over. Like, logistically, that doesn't make any sense. If the place is held by red, and orange wants to attack, okay? And orange wants to attack, because if orange wins, it becomes orange. Purple can't strut along and say, yeah, we want to attack too. Well, no, you got to wait until this fight's over. We don't know who is going to be the owner of the settlement. And then when it changes hands, let's say orange wins. Now orange owns it. Well, now purple can declare the attack, because then orange has to respond and say, we can defend on this time. It doesn't make logistical sense to just keep getting attacked. It's meant to be if you attack, it changes hands. It need to be more clear, because we're assuming a lot, both positive and negative. I don't see how you could logistically do that. Because if orange wants to steal the place from red, until that battle is over, you have no idea who the true owner is. And until that happens, the next place can't come along. Like if purple comes along and says, we want to attack too. Like on a tournament, right? We got winner. Well, that's great, but until there's a winner, you don't know, and that you don't know when it's going to take place. So that's been my question. Can I just re-instance and then find another settlement? Can I just go to another settlement? Like, how does it work? That's been my giant question about this. Like, you're saying it'll never happen. I'm saying, well, okay, but there are going to be people that don't get in. What do they do after that? Like you're saying, is there just another one waiting? That doesn't seem possible. Orange has 200K, blue has 375K. Hard to imagine only 100 people get to determine their fates. Well, right, is it server-based? That's the other question. Well, on my server, you pick a server, don't you? So on your server, that settlement's controlled by your orange, and it's, oh yeah, this settlement's ours. But there aren't going to be, 200,000 people running around that settlement. I would imagine it's server-based. Random people might be able to pick a side. No, it said that you can recruit people that aren't even don't have allegiance to your company. It literally said that in the article. You can just pick somebody who has no allegiance, because they may want to sway the taxes. It's server-based. You can't switch servers, right? Isn't your character locked on that server? I would imagine that's typically how it works, right? You can't just hop to another server in these games. You just bring your character with you. Why do I have so many emails? Oh, every time they email us about our kids' upcoming games, they send every single email at once. Hey, we got another coffee order. 3 orders for the day. 3 bags to somebody named Calm. Thank you, Calm. That was a while ago. I'm sorry I didn't call that out, Calm. You might be able to switch servers, but most companies charge money for that. I think it's safe to assume multiple servers, multiple settlements, there will be plenty going on. I think that's probably one of the best questions to ask them. What do I do if I get rejected for a territory, a settlement battle? What do I do? What's the step that I do after that? Can I switch servers, instances, settlements? Like, if that's something that you really have your heart set on and you want to do, there's going to be plenty of players that's really what they want to do. They want to grind, they want to do PvP, and when those things crop up, that they want to go play them. They want to go be a part. What does that type of player, what does their content loop look like, is my question. Because I think there are going to be a lot of people that's what they want to do, and depending on how rejection works, you're going to lose those people really fast. Unless they changed it, it's 100% server-based. Well, that makes sense to me, because on any given server, red might control this settlement, and on a different server, it's controlled by purple. Like that, you know what I'm saying? Like that, the servers are determining what the map looks like. So that's why hopping servers doesn't make any sense. Yeah, well, my company's sucking it up on this server. Let me just go somewhere else. Message other players of the mayor of the settlement and express that. That's an option. I'm looking for an official response from the devs of like, they should be trying to speak to that player. Hey, if you're a player that's really looking forward to those settlement battles and those 50 versus 50, sometimes you're going to get rejected. No worries. Here's what you're going to do. Here's what your plan of action is. If that's the kind of content that you're looking for, if that's what you want to engage with, here's what you're going to be able to do. Because right now, it doesn't make any sense to me. It sounds like if you get rejected, you're just kind of SOL. Like, yeah, sorry, you got to wait for the next one. Or you got to wait till the battle's over and see if there's going to be another one, right? Here's another question. Let's say orange challenges red and orange loses. How quickly can they attack again? Can they just be like, no, we want to do it again? And you're like, okay, well, we'll defend on Friday night. You know what I mean? How does that work as well? Is there like a buffer? If orange attacks and red loses, how quickly can red attack again as like a revenge thing? Oh, we want it back, right? You know, no takebacks. Like, how's that work? These are all questions that I have because this, I think, significantly affects the fun and the likability of that content loop. You know, is it going to feel like a meat grinder where it's literally they attack, we defend, they lost. Well, they're going to attack again. We defend, they lost. Like, you know, is every 18 hours a battle? You know, how do they put buffer? Do you get a break? No, yeah, you took over and there's a 3-day period where no one can attack now. You get a break. You get a break from this, you know. I don't have this problem. You're going to be the mayor. If you get rejected, no content plan for the week. Yeah, we need to make sure I'm the mayor. That's right. These orange characters, yeah. Orange just keeps trying. They're like, we're going to get in eventually. Yeah. What if orange wins and when they get called for war, can the leader just choose the same 50? Another great question. Yeah. There was a GDC conference by a WoW dev expressing that you should cater to casual players to a degree. Yeah, and that's kind of what I was getting at is I feel like this game really appeals to more than just traditional MMO players. They're not going to understand some of this stuff. And you can't just shrug your shoulders and be like, well, it's been that way for a real long time. It'll be fine. It ain't going to be fine if you have massive player exodus because some of this stuff wasn't thought out. Listen, you guys know as well as I do, companies like this are really good on the front end, and they really, really struggle with the back end. They don't think through things. They don't think through the longevity. Division 1, Division 2, Anthem. There's plenty of games that have really, really failed to think through, well, what's that going to look like in week 3? What's that going to look like when your player saturation's at an all-time high and a large percentage of the player base is at the appropriate level to do this stuff? What's your contingency plan? Rejection levels will start to go up. What's the plan? What do those people do? Are you limiting server space? Are you limiting instance space so it doesn't happen as much? So it's less likely to get rejected. Like, do you have things in place considering, like, scalability is always the problem. What do you do if you're super successful? What do you do? What are you going to do when you have that many people in an instance or that many people on your server? Ask Splitgate about that. Right? What are you going to do if you're suddenly massively popular? Tons of people are interested. Oh no. You don't think the fact that they never bothered even releasing 5 games and delayed another, but they're gung-ho on this one says anything? Well, I think that they believe in the game, right? But that doesn't mean that they've thought through some of this. They could have been like, well, we know how this works. When the genius of the millions lands on your game, what happens, right? What happens? Exploits emerge, metas emerge, broken builds emerge, shortcuts emerge. Just give it time. It's like water rushing past a building. It'll find the weak points if you give it enough time. If you have a rushing river, okay, and it floods up, and it starts to beat up against a building, okay, it will find the weak points if you give it enough time. That's what a player base looks like when they dive in to a game like this. They'll find the weak points, they'll find the exploits, they'll find the problems. And a lot of that's not foreseen by the developers until it happens. In the same breath, the more players at high level, the more battles will be taking place. But that's the question I've been asking. If my server starts to fill, do you have capacity limitations on the server? Do you have instance limitations on the settlements? Do you have these things in place so I'm not suddenly swimming in a sea of max level people being like, none of us are getting in? None of us are getting in. Have you ever been in line at a fair and you start counting back how far you are to see, no, we're not getting on the next ride. No, there's no way. Yeah, there's 20 cars and there's 25 people ahead of us. Yeah, we're not getting in on the next ride, right? Is a server in an instance going to start to feel like that? You start counting, you're like, yeah, there's like 75 people here at max level. You give it enough time, there's going to be tons of people at max level, right? Well, when that happens, what do the servers in the instances look like to ensure that, like, is my likelihood of getting rejected, is it going up with the game's popularity? Is it going to stay the same? Are you going to have all these things controlled? And then again, ding, 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 rejected. What do I do when I get rejected, right? I bet the problem of not having 50 players will be much bigger than rejecting. That's why they made Mercenary a thing. Right. They could have things in place to make sure it's really unlikely you're going to get rejected. If you do, there's these other things you can do to try to get into one, right? It shouldn't happen all that often. It should be a rarity. The instances in the server spaces are set up in a way where, that's not really happening, right? But then that's an equal and greater problem then, right? You need 50 players to play. Orange is attacking with 50, and you're like, well, frick, we only got 34. Well, you're probably going to lose. It's like being a low-level player in League or WoW. I don't know. You can't even take part in these until you're a certain level. So it's not like you're going to be in a settlement and get a bunch of dudes that are like, I just installed the game. Can I play? Like, they're not even going to be able to apply. You can't even get in until you're a certain level. Bots? Oh, yeah, I don't know if they're going to bot fill. Like I said, these are all really big questions. Like, this is why I wanted to talk about this. PvP is a double-edged sword. It comes with so much great potential, but so much potential headache. Like, everything we've just debated for the past 30 minutes. It's all because it's PvP. Like that, it comes with so many challenges. If this meta is the only meta that matters, that's going to have a massive influence on these 50 versus 50 battles. You're going to have to play the meta or you'll get rejected. And then you're tired of playing the meta. Like, what about this broken build? Oh, yeah, they got one of those guys in their team doing that thing. Yeah, it's so annoying. There's nothing we can do. Like, broken builds, exploits, all these things. Thank you, Rob. I appreciate that. Like, the PvP brings so much great potential, but it also brings so much of a big capacity for frustration and problems. It's a double-edged sword. That's the whole reason I want to talk about this more, because all these things that we've been talking about, all these potential, what if this happens, what if that happens, oh, suck it up, cupcake, that's just the way the world works. That is only happening because of it's PvP. I'll announce my candidacy for your mayor now. I've changed my mind on this, Lono being a mayor thing. Oh, you don't want me to be the mayor? I'm not qualified? I think I would do a great job. I think our biggest problem is going to be agreeing on the company, because I think the one company was super unpopular. That's my other question for them. Like, what are you going to do when one company is like mega unpopular? Can you guarantee like decent distribution? Man, we're getting killed today. Can you guarantee decent distribution of people through the companies? Let's take this question from Silent Warrior, because I don't actually know if I have an answer to this. Does New World have set armor for each activity, such as if you grind PvP, you get the best PvP gear? Oh, no, somebody already asked this. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I don't think so. I don't think that's how the game works. I don't think, like, if you grind PvP, you're going to be able to get, like, PvP armor. I don't think so. So I'm going to sit in the back and kill things. I hate running stuff. Yeah, I don't like running stuff either, typically. I don't. Dracus Pander with a question. Is your prediction PvP can take over focus from PvE a slippery slope argument? Destiny's PvP has been healthy, but contained for years. I'm not making a slippery slope argument. I'm saying that it can happen. I'm not saying it will. Slippery slope arguments are like, oh man, yeah, you let them do this, and then they're going to do that. Slippery slope. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying when you put PvP in your game, there is that possibility that the player base cares more about it. It gets more focus. It gets more updates. Maybe it causes more problems. Maybe the broken builds and the exploits, center themselves around PvP, and you're just over here questing and you don't really care. But then patches, updates, nerfs, and things come down the line, and you're like, oh man, that's kind of a bummer. I don't like that they changed that, or I really like that build, or that blah blah blah, right? So I'm not saying that it will. Slippery slope arguments tend to say, well, if you let them do microtransactions, they're before you know it, they're going to be selling power. Slippery slope. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying there is a distinct possibility that a year from now, PvP is the main focus. It gets all the love. It becomes the central heartbeat of the game, and the PvE and the questing is like an offshoot. I'm not saying that it will happen, but at the end of the day, they're a business. And if the community if the community tide does that, if it shifts and goes over here, and that's all people care about, that's all people engage with, well, that's going to have a huge influence on the game. It's going to have a huge influence on the game. It's going to have a huge influence on what they decide to, put in the game. It's going to have a huge influence on what they decide to focus on and add, new areas, new territories, new activities. These are all things I think that are going to have an influence, No doubt in my mind that a company of this size, they're going to take a look and they're going to say, player-based numbers are going to dictate a lot of what we do, and player behavior is going to dictate a lot of what we do. There could literally be, trends in the PvE that need a lot of attention. There could be trends in the PvE. They could say, yeah, people are doing stuff that's they're breaking stuff, they're busting stuff, they're creating all these problems, they're glitching, they're breaking this, they're breaking that. That certainly I think could happen. But I think it's way more likely for that stuff to happen in a PvP environment. It's way more likely, I think. Slippery slope is a logical fallacy. If that's your argument, it doesn't hold water. I'm not making an argument that it's slippery slope. I'm saying that a company will analyze player behavior and prioritization, and they'll say, we're making way more money from these people, so let's give them more, let's feed them more. PvP can also, I didn't even say like it becomes a greater priority. It can just need more babysitting, right? There can mean more patches that need to come out. Yeah, people figured out how to grief. Yeah, people figured out how to do this, and people figured out how to do that, and yeah, we got to fix that and fix this and fix that and the other. Like, now the same thing could happen in PvE. We all know that when people play RPGs and people play games where you can level and get loot, everyone's looking for the shortest, fastest path. So, it can happen on both sides. I just think PvP has that tendency. It has that tendency to look for a broken build, look for something that's going to, destroy everybody else and make everybody else, hate the game and want to uninstall. I mean, it happened in Division Dark Zone, right? There were so many busted, absolutely exploitative builds that it drove people away. It drove folks away from the game. And it drove people away from the Dark Zone. It was, the Dark Zone was supposed to be a pretty significant piece of that game, and it ended up having all kind of problems because of broken, busted builds. I mean, Division 1, it was a bit of a train wreck, Agent Atwood, I think people aren't into New World because everyone already has an amazing game like New World, like ESO. Plus, most people don't trust Amazon because their history with making games. Thoughts? I mean, I don't know where you're getting this. I saw the exact opposite. I'm not sure what you're basing your opinion off of, right? It was massively popular. Player base numbers were very, very high. The reviews were very, very good. Many of the reviews and many of the pieces of feedback were, I'm actually surprised that this is good. A lot of people just assumed it was going to be a bad game because it was Amazon, right? You're not making that argument. I'm saying that argument is never a good argument. It is by definition a bad argument. Right, like if they add microtransactions, they're going to sell power. You give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. Right, like you're claiming something will happen because it's a slippery slope. Like, slippery slope basically is saying it's inevitable. We're going to descend into this. And I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it is a possibility that will happen. Like, you could say anytime you put PvP in your game, it's a possibility that people will try to find exploits and cheats, right? And you're like, you hear that and you're like, yeah, it probably is. But you can't be like, every time you put PvP in your game, it's a slippery slope. It's going to descend into cheats and exploits every time. Well, depending on the game, yes and no. I mean, that is kind of a true statement now, unfortunately, without how much cheating spreads, Normally Atwood would be correct, but everyone has seen enough New World to know that what they're excited for. Right, there are people that played New World and they were like, no. They're like, no, I don't like it. I don't want to play it, But for the most part, the people that are looking at it, playing it, looking forward to it, they've seen enough to know, like, yeah, I like this game, If you give a mouse a cookie, he's going to make a pay-to-win game. I know that book. People won't be on for long. After 2 months, everyone will go right back to ESO. I mean, I think your prediction is so unfounded, given how many people are going to come from other games to play this. There'll be players from Final Fantasy. There'll be players from World of Warcraft. There'll be players from Black Desert Online. ESO is not the only game on the block, and a lot of the people that are going to start playing this are are going to like it. They're going to continue playing it. Or they're going to say, oh, yeah, I used to play WoW, and this is really scratching the itch. And some of the question that needs to be asked is like, well, what's the content plan? What's the plan for the future? I don't know if you can say like, yeah, in 2 months no one's playing this, they're going to go back to ESO, when a significant portion of their player pool isn't even going to come from ESO. You know what I mean? Someone in New World right now, this is like ESO if ESO was good. But ESO is good. It's a very successful and long-standing MMO. It is good, right? But I don't think with the mass, with the variety of player pools that will be coming, yeah, I don't think so. I don't think you're going to just immediately walk away. Oh, you didn't agree with them. Oh, okay. I like New World and don't play ESO right now. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Another one here from Sacrificer. Pertaining to the battles and picking players, it's an MMO. If you want to do something or be involved, you have to do the work for it. You want a PvP, grind for it, same for raids. But you're acting like that's always the reason you're going to get rejected. Like it's going to be crystal clear. Like you got rejected because you didn't do the work. Like I said, in a month, you're going to be swimming in max level players. You're going to be swimming in max level players. Like, that's going to happen, right? Like, it's not going to be that one-to-one. Like, well, you just didn't do the work. Go do the work, Charlie. You gotta level up. It's not that simple. It isn't. And even if it were, I mean, there is a level cap. A level restriction. Like, you can't even go in unless you're a certain level. So, it's not always going to be as obvious. Like, well, you haven't been playing. Like, I think in your mind, you're envisioning an entitled player being like, I should be able to come play no matter what. And that's not that. I wasn't even making that argument. I wasn't. I was not making the argument that, like, yeah, everybody should be able to play, kumbaya, everybody hold hands, nobody should have to do any work. No, there is going to be like, no, come on, you can't come in like your second day join this battle. You got to put in some work and level up and figure the game out and get some good stuff on you. You can't just come waltzing in here in your underwear, right? I'm not arguing that. The crux of my argument was, if there is no contingency plan, what do you do when the majority of people getting rejected at a given time are qualified and they're like, I don't understand? I'd say that'd be 90% of the reason you get rejected. I'm assuming you'll be able to see other people's stats. You're assuming a lot. Like, you think 90% of the people getting rejected are going to get rejected for like a perfectly good reason. Again, you got to think scalability here. What do you do in a month when a server or an instance is full of people all at very similar level and 15 people get rejected? I have two questions. Number one, what do those 15 people do? Do they have an option? Can they switch instances, servers, settlements, or something if that's what they want to play? And the other question I have is, how on earth do they know why they got rejected? Like, sorry, did they get a message? Did they get a note from the mayor saying, we didn't need your build, you're perfectly fine, you're leveled properly, but we have too many people built like you, right? Eventually, you got to think, if the game is popular and successful, you'll have a ton of people in an instance and on a server at very, very similar levels. You're going to have people running around that are under-leveled. Sure, they're a constant. They will be there. But the assumption that, for now and forever, when people get rejected, 90% of the time it'll be because of their level. I mean, we don't know that. Initially, sure, maybe like when the first couple of battles happen, you're going to have a much higher influx of lower-leveled people where you're like, what are you doing? But they have a minimum level requirement, so, you're not going to get inundated with noobs requesting to get in. They can't switch or do another one. It's a settlement versus a settlement event. They're probably not going to be another one going on at the same time that you can join. Right. And that's my point is, there's a level of rejection that people will accept, and there's a level that they won't. So how long does this last before someone says, the last 2 times, the last 3 times, like, I've gotten rejected. I don't understand, you know. No, I will not be streaming the PlayStation Showcase UK stops because it's too late in the day. Since there aren't classes in New World, it'll come down to personal grudges and skill. I'm assuming a lot, I know, but we all are. The game isn't outright, yeah. Not level, but gear score, unless that's turned off. Right, because that's the other question is, can you buy those XP boosts and level up faster? And if you level up faster, does that put you, you know, does that put you in a position of, like, you're stronger, right? I do remember that guy, yeah. He's... yeah. Yeah. Well, because he can evolve up from those other Pokemon, like the other levels. See below him? My son was so excited about a Pokemon he found in the book. I think it was from when he and I played. There was a game we played, and one of the Pokemon came out. Like, it was really big, and, like, it was pretty cool, and he was excited that he found it in this book. What if someone goes into a raid and does horrible? Is it justifiable to block them from ever doing a raid again? I mean, there's many factors. Well, no, you know, I don't think you block somebody for bad performance. Like, I think there's a categorical difference between... There's a categorical difference between saying, I'm going to go and try and play this, and I got to find a team. And being like, I need people that have at least run it a couple of times, or... you know, what is it called? Like, know what to do, or, you know, a certain level or whatever. That's fine, because I'm initiating that. It's a Thursday night, and I want to play, and that's my play session, okay? I see this as in a categorical different area, because some other people out there say, we're going to attack your settlement. And it's going to, and then like the mayor decides it's Friday night at this time. And I'm like, oh, I want to be a part of that. And they're like, no, you can't. It's like, but you didn't really even determine this. Like, you didn't initiate it. You're not going and building a team for a raid. Like, they attacked. This is a one-time thing. It's not static. You see, it's not always there. That's why I have lots of questions about it, right? I'm not saying that you can't reject people. That's a logistical necessity. That is fine. It's necessary. You can't let everybody play. It can't be first come, first serve, because then you're going to get sandbagged by, like, a bunch of really low, terrible players. They're the first ones that sign up, and you're like, oh, great. Like, you know what I'm saying? You guys, you know, the early risers are all here. You know, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's fine to have a filter. It's fine to say, hey, as the mayor, and we got all these heavily invested players, we're going to pick other players that seem just as heavily invested. Totally fine. I'm totally fine with that. My question is, what happens after that, right? What do you do when players that have put in enough time and that are perfectly capable of playing well, if they get rejected multiple times or whatever? I also think this could be problematic. This isn't LFG with people choosing who to spend their time with. This is an in-game event. Everyone would have equal right to participate. Right, and by necessity, that's not possible. Right? If you got 75 people strolling throughout the day wanting to take part, sorry, only 50 can. And you can't do first come, first serve. Like, you've got to say, no, we're gonna pick who goes. Right? Okay. Well, that means a lot of people don't get to, you know? It means a lot of people don't get to play. So, that's all I want to know. I have no problem with the front-end setup. I think people were misunderstanding. I have no problem with the front-end setup of, this thing happens, we have to pick who's going to play. I don't have a problem with that at all. My question is, what happens afterward? You know? What happens to the people that get rejected? What happens to the team that wins? Do they get like a breather? Can you not attack them for a certain amount of time? What happens to the people that lose? Like, oh man, we lost. You know, when can we attack again? Or, oh, we lost our settlement. How soon can we try to get it back? These are all the questions I have for after the fact. And right now, I don't see a great resource for answers. Like I went to their frequently asked questions, and I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it there. I'm not seeing a like, here's what it looks like. Here's what it looks like when you get rejected. Here's what it looks like when you get accepted. Here's what it looks like when your settlement loses, or when your settlement wins or takes over a new one. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know if the devs need to make a consolation game mode. Oh, that's not what I'm saying. For people that feel left out, there's tons of other things for you to do in the game. I suggest not setting your hopes on a very limited thing. Not that unfair view. Well, no, I'm not saying you need to have like a consolation game mode. It should say, you got rejected, here's the next one. Or there's another settlement in your company. Like, let's say you're Team Purple. They're like, you didn't get into this one, but this settlement over here needs help. Or, you know, this one over here, da-da-da-da-da. Like, or put your name down for the next one or something. It doesn't need to be like, oh, here's a game mode to lick your wounds. You didn't get in, you know. Tell them to group up with the rest of the losers and attack the city themselves. No, you can't do that. If you get selected, David, you get in and it's its own instance. Like, you can't come interfere. The 50 versus 50 thing is its own instance. You're like, yeah, I got in, sweet. Friday night rolls around, you show up, boom, it puts you in an instance so that the other people can't come in and fiddle around with it. If I recall correctly, the only way to initiate a war on a settlement was to do PvP quests at that town's board to exert your faction's influence. It took a while, so winners do get a decent breather. Oh, that's a good answer to that question. So they can't just immediately attack again. They have to take time to earn the right to attack you again. That rhythmically actually is very sensible. Now I understand your point of view. You're wondering if there's a rotation type of thing. Right, like, think about how many people are going to be playing this game. What do you do with the constant flow of people being told no? Like, what do you do with them? What's their option? Because people were like, well, it's just not their game. And it's like, but you don't know that. What if it is their game? Like, what if they just got unlucky? You know? How many Friday nights are they going to get told no and they're going to keep coming back? You know, like, well, I'm an MMO player. I just accept that. That's the norm. Okay, well, you do, but a lot of people aren't going to. That's the ultimate thing I was driving at is it's gonna feel really, really weird to boot up a game if you're not familiar with that and getting told like, yeah, no, you can't get in. Like, okay, well, when's the next one? We don't know. Is there another one happening right now? Yeah, I don't think so. Like, oh, okay. Seems like they can totally make a company, group up, and eventually attack that town. Yeah, it sounds like you have to say, no, everybody go do PvP questing in that town, and then we're going to attack it. That's what it sounds like. You've got to kind of plan it. Like, you got to get everybody to focus on the same one, or you might not make any headway. You might be just spinning your wheels if you're spreading everybody too thin. It makes sense now after all these hours, I understand. I think people instinctively heard me taking up for casuals and were just like, it's not for them, or well, they should just go play something else. And it's like, I'm not taking up for the people that are clearly unqualified to get in. I'm not doing that. I'm taking up for the fact of like, this will be a rhythmic thing. You will rhythmically get rejected. You will rhythmically not get in, right? What happens when that takes place? What does that feel like as the player? What do they do with you? Because I said that'll have depreciating returns, right? That'll have depreciating returns. Like, if you can't figure out up one side, down the other, why you keep getting rejected, because you're putting in the time and you're a perfectly capable player, you're like, well, I don't understand. You know what I mean? I stepped away for 15 minutes and y'all let Lono calm down. What's wrong with you people? That's right. That's right. Guys, be sure that you're smashing the like button, voting in the poll, even just saying good morning in the chat. If you're new and haven't clicked subscribe yet, please do so. Little confused today. I thought this was going to be. We're very excited about New World. I thought that the community was as well, and with the results there are a little odd. I'm not sure. It could be something on YouTube's end or something else. We will be playing it this afternoon. We did get in. So good morning. I'm new. Yeah, I understand Lona's point and still think nothing needs to be done. Yeah, I don't understand that perspective. Like a company being like, yeah, tough luck, you know? Like you would think you would want people to feel a sense of like, oh, better luck next time, there'll be another one, or oh, I can go do this instead. Like the way you treat your players, that's going to dictate how long they continue to play. You know, like, well, yeah, we don't do anything. You just reject it. And you're like, wait, but why? You know, it's like when you go and interview for a job and you're like overqualified, right? I would apply for jobs at Humana that I was overqualified for, and I would never get a phone call, and it made no sense to me. It made no sense. I was like, this doesn't make any sense. I'm overqualified. My goal was get in, impress them, and climb into management. I had a friend that did it. He said, dude, you get in at this level, you're going to impress them, they're going to like you, you're going to be able to climb, right? Couldn't make heads or tails of it. I found out later that somebody at corporate made them change their internal process of hiring, and what they would do is they would put up the job postings, and then they would let them sit for a week, and then they would put them up again. And what ended up happening was the system like broke down. Like they didn't have a good way of combing through the applicants, because they said they actually were totally willing to hire people that were overqualified. Why? Because they knew people were in the job market were desperate at this time. They knew people wanted to work, and they would take people that were overqualified because then they could work with you, expand you into other departments, promote you, or whatever. He told me, he was like, they actually want people who are overqualified, but the internal system is broken. We can't get people in, right? So when I heard that, it was like, oh, I was like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, I started applying for stuff that I wasn't overqualified for, because I thought the same thing Creature said. Like, well, they don't want to hire somebody that's overqualified because you're going to ask for more money. And it was like, well, it states the hourly wage right on the application. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I couldn't make heads or tails of it. I would apply for stuff I was overqualified for, underqualified for, whatever, because he told me, he's like, the best thing to do is just literally apply for everything. And I couldn't understand why, and he finally explained it to me, and I was like, well, no wonder I'm never getting a phone call. The HR department was like basically in complete and utter disarray, right? Yeah, the open beta is going on right now. You have to ask for an invitation. We got our invitation. It is installed. So we are excited to dive in later. So the reason I tell that story is, if you're never given an explanation for why you get rejected, you're just like, yep, didn't get in. Yep, didn't get in. You're like, I don't understand. I'm at a good level. I've been playing a lot. Like, I just don't think that, like, with traditional MMO players, sure, they'll be like, well, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. But like, there's a ton of other people playing this game that might not understand why they're getting rejected. Lono's wondering, what does the game offer you or tell you if you don't get in? Yeah, what does it do? The answer is nothing, but he does not believe that is a good choice. No, yeah, that's exactly right. Like, you have to communicate to the player, like, hey, there'll be another one, or hey, there's a settlement over here, or oh, you know, there's got what is there for me if I don't get in? What is there? Right? Because you guys are probably correct. A traditional MMO player, they'll accept that. They'll be like, yeah, that's fine. That's okay. But a lot of these players are not traditional MMO players. They're not going to get it. They're going to be like, I don't understand. I just grinded my freaking butt off for 2 weeks to get my character leveled. I play RPGs. I know how to level. And I didn't get into this settlement fight. Why? I don't understand. Like, that's why I was grinding, right? What do you do with that person? Because whether or not you want to admit it, you have to consider that not everybody's going to approach this game the same way that you are. And a lot of people are going to take that rejection and they're not going to appreciate it. And then they're going to walk away. And when that happens, you have to ask yourself, is that a healthy pruning of the rose bush, or is that a loss of a lot of players that they want to keep? It's not always as simple as, well, they're not good for the game, or it's not really their game, it's not really their cup of tea. They just get naturally, you know, he naturally got pruned out of the game. It really wasn't his game. Like, that happened with me with Monster Hunter. I was never going to get Monster Hunter into a place where I enjoyed it. I naturally self-pruned. I was like, I'm out of here. You know what I mean? You're wondering what happens after the fight more than before. Well, I'm wondering what happens after the fight, but I also want to know what happens when you get rejected. What does the game say to you? Right? Does it give you any sort of consolation or option? Hey, player XYZ, you express interest in this particular activity. You are not getting into this particular activity. Here is when it's happening next. Here is another one that you might be able to get into. Instead of, you didn't get into this activity you wanted to get into, end of communication. Like, what? If players are left confused, frustrated, and unsatisfied, they're not going to have the same mentality that you do. Well, that's just the way it goes. It's an MMO after all. I wouldn't have understood that. I'm new. If I wasn't a streamer, and I booted this game up, and I was grinding for 2 weeks, and I was like, oh, cool, we're going to have a big settlement battle. And I went to get in, and it was like, no, you didn't get in. I'd be like, oh. Say what now? What? Okay. So, is there another... Wait, what do I do? Is there another one? And the game doesn't say anything. What? Can I switch to, like, another instance? Can I switch to another settlement? Like, I was really looking forward to that. What am I supposed to do? You know what I mean? Can you tag yourself in after one of the 50 died? No. It's its own instance, Ruben. So the 50 people... Think of it this way. It's like when they go to a line outside of Best Buy and they hand out 50 tickets. And everybody after 50, they're like, we don't have anything for you. And all those people go home, okay? It's like that. If you're selected, you get a ticket to get into the instance on Friday night or Saturday morning or whenever it is. You get your ticket to get in. And when you get in, it's its own instance. You can't, like, be outside the doors being like, did anybody's credit card get declined? Like, are there any extras? Like, it's not like that, right? Go do something else in the game. I love when people say that. Just go do something else. I love that. That's my favorite. Like, just go do something else. Man, I was really looking forward to this. Okay. Maybe presumptive, but I imagine this is kids lined up getting picked for soccer. Both teams are made, and all the leftover kids get to go to another field, sit on the sidelines, or give up playing. Right, that's my point. Like, when you engage with a game and you buy it and you're like, I want to do this one thing, and they're like, no, you can't. We're not letting you. And you're like, okay, well, just go do something else. Well, as a matter of fact, no, I'm not going to. I'm going to turn the game off. That's a very likely conclusion that people will come to. Do you remember Doom Eternal? Do you remember Lono playing Doom Eternal? You remember me playing Doom Eternal? That's exactly what I did. I felt like the combat rhythm got too thrown off by the Marauders, and I had a map where I couldn't 100% it. I had been 100%ing the maps up to that point. I've been doing all the challenges, all the way gates or whatever they were called. And the minute I couldn't do that, I was like, I calmly turned the game off, and I never, and I mean it, I never went back. I was like, cool. I don't owe you my allegiance. Well, keep playing. Go do something else. I don't want to. You know what that's like. Think about it. You guys love my food analogies. If you're really in the mood for pizza, oh, your pizza sounds so good. You drive downtown. Oh my gosh, their pizza's the best. And they're closed. Well, I guess let's go get tacos. I don't want tacos. I wanted pizza. As a grown man, you throw like a fit, right? Maybe not out loud, but internally. You know, you boot up a game. Oh, dude, I'm so looking forward to this, man. Yeah, dude. You didn't get in. Go do something else. I don't want to do something else. That's the thing I wanted to do. I've been grinding. I've been looking forward to it. I heard tacos. There we go. I canceled all my plans for this. You know? Here's a great other way. No, I do it out loud. That's right. Here's a great other way to think about this, okay? When you apply to get in, you have to make sure your schedule is clear, right? Okay, we're going to get attacked Thursday morning. No, I'm working a shift then. I can't, right? We're going to get attacked. We're going to defend on Friday afternoon. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, I can move something. Yeah, I'm going to move that. I can do that. And you apply. Just how good's that going to feel when you're like, yeah, I moved some things around. Open up my Friday. I'm really looking forward to this. You didn't get in. If you go to Disneyland and you really want to ride Space Mountain and it's temporarily closed, you're not going to leave the park. That's a different example. That's not the same. Let me take your example and make it work better as a parallel. If I go to Disneyland and Space Mountain is there, but the line is long, okay? And I'm like, well, let's go do something else. Let's go ride all these other rides and do all this thing. And I spend all this time at Disneyland to the point that now that I've done all this, I want to go ride Space Mountain. And if it's closed, yeah, I'd probably go home. But like, well, that's it. We've kind of done everything else. If I spend weeks and weeks and weeks in this game grinding, leveling, getting leveled up, and looking forward to this thing, and I can't get in, I'm probably not just going to keep playing. Oh, I'll just go do something else. No, this is literally what I was waiting for. Right? This is literally what I was waiting for. Like, this is what I wanted to do. No one asked you to change your plans? You understand what you just typed is stupid, right? Did you think about it before you typed it? Like, this is going to be smart. No, it's not. This is stupid. No one asked me to change my plans. In order for this to work, people have to say, I can free up time for that. It's on Friday at 3. In order for it to work, you have to say, that works for me, or, oh, I can make that work. It literally tells you when it is. Do you want people applying that are like, well, I'm scheduled to work, but we'll see what happens? No, the way that it functions, it's Friday at 3 o'clock. So you think everybody applying to get into that one at Friday at 3 o'clock, they're all just easy breezy, schedules wide open, they don't have to move or adjust anything. No, they're like, oh, I can make that work. I'm having lunch with my buddy. We were going to go do something afterwards. I'm going to tell him, no, I'm trying to get into this thing in this game, right? This game, people do that. You do that. Everybody does that. You prioritize something. No one's going to sign up and be like, we'll see what happens. No, you're going to look at your schedule. You apply, you're not accepted. You only change plans when you've been accepted. That's basic planning. But you wouldn't apply if that Friday was filled with something. Do you see? You're never going to hit apply and be like, if I get accepted, then I'll change my plans. Because you might not be able to do it. You're going to check and make sure you can shift your plans around. And maybe you do. You're like, okay. And then you apply. If you apply and then try to change your plans, you might get screwed. Oh, now I got accepted and I can't move my plans. Like, that's not an appropriate way for you to do it. I'm just going to apply and see if I get in. And then if I get in, I'm going to hope I can change my plans. You might not be able to change your plans. I wouldn't do that personally. I wouldn't. Because you might not be able to change your plans. You might get accepted and then be like, oh, shoot. Now, you know. Exactly. Why would you with a chance? It makes no sense. You're failing to understand. Like, you said something that wasn't intelligent, and now you're continuing to show that you're not grappling with what I'm saying. Like, you're not understanding. Like life is a real person. Hey, it's Friday at 3. Well, I have something at 3. Let me move it, because I'm going to apply to this. I'm not going to apply to it and then wait, and then I might not be able to move the thing, right? You're going to make space for it. You're not going to wait until the last minute. That's the other question, is how quickly do you find out? Do you find out right away? Like, if you're dependent on the mayor to accept you, it could take 48 hours for him to accept you, and you're just sitting there and you don't know. You don't know. You're like, I don't know if I'm in. I don't know. And then he finally accepts you, and you're like, okay, I'm going to go and try and change my plans now. Like if I think of it this way, if friends of mine were like, we're going to get together and we're going to go play soccer on this date at this time. And I was like, okay, I've got something going on then. Let me see if I can move it, but put me down, right? And then you go see if you can move it. And you're like, yeah, cool, I can. And they're like, well, we've filled your spot. Wait, what? I just moved the thing. You said you were going. I said, hold me a spot. That's what this is. Yeah, put me down. And then you move your stuff in the event that you get in. That's a natural decision. I got 2 days to rearrange my schedule. I'm not going to wait until I find out, and then all of a sudden, I can't. It's too late. You see what I'm saying? MMOs aren't for people that are so casual about playing them. These kinds of things are people who invest time into the game. Right, and you've not been listening. Like I'm saying, this is so frustrating. I feel like you guys just are living in platitudes this morning. I've continued to say, logistically, it makes sense. You don't want brand new noobs coming in. I've continued to say that. I've continued to say, eventually, you're going to have committed people who have played, people who have leveled up, getting rejected. What do you do with them when that happens? I'm not saying that this should be accessible to all players. I've not once taken up the banner for casuals today. You're literally wasting time carrying that flag. I've not once said this should be accessible to all, this should be accessible to casuals, right? You're focusing too much on individual player experience in this one? Yeah, because the game's made up of individual players. Like, the game is made up of individual players. If I commit the time, and I level, and I'm excited, and I get rejected, what do you do with me when that happens? Is there another one at another settlement? Is there another place for me to go do it? I think people are overthinking this. Lono is just wondering what happens if you aren't accepted, and then what happens the next time. That's my point. You will have committed players that don't get in. What do you do with them? I find most people do that. I own a 2K team, takes 5 players, has 8 on the roster. All 8 say, yeah, I'll play every time, and every time someone doesn't show. Yeah, that's the other thing. Will it tell you you're on, is there going to be, like for flights, is there going to be standby? Right? Is there going to be standby? Because if the 50 get in and 10 people don't show up, you see what I'm saying? They're lost on the concept of having a social life, JK. Thanks, Coyote, for the 5 spot. A month in the game, you won't care about this? I don't think so. This is a company activity, the one that I participated in because I knew the people in the company and had been PvPing with them, accepted me into the battle because we knew each other. Right, is that going to happen then too? Is it going to get cliquish? Like, if you don't know the mayor, if you don't get a chance, if you don't get to like schmooze it up with the mayor, are you just going to automatically get rejected every time? If I'm rejected multiple times, I'd leave the game. Why waste my time? Right. Can they say you're on standby? Like, is that a possibility? We have enough people in your whatever category you're in, your build, your whatever, but in the event that somebody doesn't show, we have you on standby. Is that even a possibility? Like, if you're the mayor and you pick 50 people, there's going to be times where people don't make it. What do you do when, as bad luck would have it, like 7 people just don't show up, right? What do you suggest they do in your scenario? I can't think of a single thing they could do in consolation, and you don't need to be notified if you don't get in, only if you do. What? You don't need to be notified that you don't get in? No, you need to be told if you didn't get in. They did that once to me with jury duty. If you try to get an exemption, if they accept it and they allow you a pass, they don't tell you. You talk about pulse pounding. Well, so they don't tell me that they've accepted it. They only tell me if they've rejected me. So I'm hoping and praying that like if they rejected me, that the letter didn't get lost, and I go on ignorantly thinking they've accepted my excuse. You'd leave a game because you can't take part in 0.005% of it? I call BS. The raid stats in the game shine every day and say players don't think that way? No. We are saying player saturations will get to a point where your area, your settlement, your server is full of people that are all strong enough to jump into that. And if that's what they want to do, and they get rejected a few times in a row, the mentality of the player would be like, this was something I really look forward to. I literally saw a thing on a stream and I said, that looks like fun, I want to do that. You understand they're marketing the game with these big battles, right? Like, they're putting them front and center, so there has to be thought around this. You can't just say, suck it up, Cupcake, go do something else. Well, you going to quit playing? You going to cry, baby? You going to cry because you can't come play this? You're literally marketing the game with it. How insulting is that? We've got big, huge streams and big, huge events. We get everybody excited about it, and then I'm just supposed to lick my wounds and go cry in a corner if I can't get in? That doesn't make any sense. 20 spot from Fett. Thank you very much. Happy Thursday. Sounds like the combo's getting spicy. Yeah. They're PvP endgame. Yeah. And there is a big difference between like flagging for PvP out in the open world and this. I think this has an appeal because it's like a big moment. It's like, oh, this is so cool. 50 of us. Like, it's not the same as like, I'm going to go hack my way through the forest and flag for PvP. I'm all by myself, you know. Me and my buddies are out here trying to be Robin Hood. The big battle is the hook for the game. Yeah, it's one of the big hooks that they're selling. These events are not run-of-the-mill mode, they're PvP endgame. That's totally fine, but they're promoting their game with it. You can say that. That doesn't mean that the players are perceiving it that way. The general public is looking at this and saying, that looks like fun. I want to go and do that. They literally planned it. They got streamers involved. The streamers made sure they got a bunch of people. They made it look awesome. And you think everyone's going to look at that and be like, well, it's endgame PvP, so I might not get in. Like, no one's thinking that. They're thinking, that looks dope. That looks so fun. If you could take part in every one every time, that would be awful. Again, I'm not taking issue with the logistics. I'm not taking issue with the logistics of like, there's X number of people, we can only let so many people in. You literally can't jump in every single time, right? Okay. What happens when you get rejected? What's their plan to ensure like that players don't feel like it's a flat tire? Because if you get rejected, your posture and attitude about it, if that's their posture, just go play something else. Shut the frick up. We don't care. Go play something else. Go fishing. If that's their posture, players are going to leave. I'm like, you got nothing for me? When's the next one? I was really excited. This sounded so fun. I don't get to play? Is there another one? Is there one somewhere else? What do you do when the movie tickets sell out? When's the next showing? Right? When's the next showing? You don't walk away. They're like, yeah, sorry, the 9 o'clock's sold out. So frickin' leave or watch something else. Gee, many Christmas. Is there a later showing? Is there another show? Is there another showing? I really had my heart set on this movie. You know? I really had my heart set on this mode. It sounded cool. You've been asking the question all morning. I've not seen a single legitimate solution other than screw off, nerd. Right. Like, what? I don't know. To me, there's a natural trajectory here, okay? The first couple of weeks, I think a lot of the casuals will fall off, and they won't care about this sort of thing, or they'll go to do it, and it'll say, you're not high enough level. The natural trajectory is this. This is typically what happens. Big, huge mushroom of the player base, and then it slowly settles into your core committed audience, okay? And that core committed audience is naturally heading on a trajectory of they're all leveling up. They're all getting stronger. They're all getting more familiar with the game. And then when this thing pops up and they want to do it, And there's no conceivable answer as to like why they got rejected. The logical part of my brain says if there's a process of acceptance, there are those that get rejected. What happens? How do you ensure that they don't get stuck in rejection limbo? Their mayor doesn't like them, or you know what I'm saying? They're not a part of the in crowd. They just get rejected 2 or 3 times in a row. Their conclusion's going to be, I was really looking forward to this. This looked like such a fun time. I haven't been able to do one yet. And to be like, just go do something else. What? I don't understand. I bought this game and thought that looked cool, and you're telling me to go do something else. That doesn't make any sense. MMOs are supposed to be social games, so it might take some schmoozing of a mayor. Right, like, is this literally going to be like, you know, I got to slip him a little bribe under the table to get into the next one, you know? Our mayor's going to be corrupt, you know? Like, yeah, they're taking, I heard if you tip that mayor, yeah, he'll get you in the next one. Why would there be another territory battle right after? Just because you want to play? I'm pretty sure there's a cooldown. No, there is a cooldown because they can't just attack you. They have to come to your territory and do PvP quests of a certain amount, and then they earn the right to attack you. So if they lose, they can't just attack right again, right? It's like no take backs. You can't be like, well, you beat me. Let's do it again. Let's have a rematch, right? This game, it sounds like a game attempting to create a hierarchy of the player base, but maybe not in the best way. If the mayor gets to pick the teams, but the players get to pick the mayor. Right. Yeah, no, there's a nomination and a process and all that with the mayor. Yeah, there is. I got no problem with the logistics. I guarantee you there are people that will just accept this as the reality because they love MMOs and they'll find something else to do with their time. They'll be like, oh, I didn't get in. No worries. I've got these other things to work on. All those statements are true. Okay? My contention is you've made this a centerpiece of the marketing. It's a big draw. It looks fun. Lots of players are going to come in hoping to take part. And when they don't get to, that creates disappointment. Acting like it's totally okay for a game to completely disappoint your expectations that they set. The player didn't create this. They set these expectations that you'd be able to come in and take part in these really awesome battles. If you don't care about that player's disappointment, if you're shrug-shouldered, go play something else, go do something else, just shut up. If that's their attitude, I can't see that going well for them. I can't. You're going to have portions of the player base, percentages of churn, of loss, of people being like, I'm not going to play. That's like the second time. That's like the third time I've gotten rejected. I guess I'm in the wrong settlement. I guess I'm in the wrong company. I spent all this time and I can't get in. Like, what's their sort of safety net? What's their guardrail to keep those people from falling off? Do you see? Like, I'm not saying everybody should get in. Let the casuals in. I'm not saying that. I'm saying rejection and disappointment will take place. What do you do? What's the guardrail to keep that player from just jumping ship and saying, well, this sucks. I spent 2 weeks grinding. I was waiting for this to happen. I was so looking forward to this. To be fair, they set the expectation on how you do get into these battles already. So people that want in otherwise are just projecting their expectations on the game? No. If someone sees a trailer, they don't go and read the blog post, homie. You and I both know that a lot of the people that buy these games, they see a trailer, they see an advertisement, and they're like, I want to go play that. That looks dope. They watch their favorite streamer. Oh, I want to go play that. They don't go and read a PC Gamer article or a blog post to be like, well, how exactly does this work? Because I want my expectations to be completely and exhaustively formed. You and I both know that players don't do that. They simply don't. Let's get those 10 likes. We need 10 likes for 400. We have such a scrappy audience, man. You guys have been amazing. YouTube is being kind of sluggish with us. I think we got to do one more solid week of this. We got to do one more solid week in the trenches, and we'll start to see a difference. I have a feeling there'll be more events than players can fill. Eugene, That's a completely likely thing, and that's another question that I have. Let's stop talking about the people that get rejected. What in the frick do you do if you can't get 50 people? What do you do? If that problem arises, what are you going to do? A team, they come in, they say they're going to attack you. They got 50 people, and you can't scrounge up 50 people. Does the game automatically say, no, they could only get 40, the attacking team only gets 40? Or they just say, no, they get a huge advantage. That's another big question that I have. Like, what are you going to do if it's just a bad week, or you got people out of town, or, you know what I mean? You hire mercs. True, you hire mercs, but even then, are you going to be able to do that? Are there going to be enough of them? You know what I mean? 540 queue now? Oh, you're in a queue? You get creamed, I'm pretty sure. I don't think that you have to have 50 to get attacked. Really? So you might not even have enough people in general to protect, and a team could come in and bully you and be like, they don't even have 50. Get them. It's not meant to be fair. Well, I mean, that's going to be another dilemma then. Yeah, no, yeah, we keep getting absolutely creamed. Yeah, we don't have enough people on this server. We're at a complete and utter numbers disadvantage. Yeah, we have zero control over the map. We held a settlement for half of a day. What are they going to do when that happens? Like, are they going to strive for equilibrium to make sure that it's reasonable tug of war? Upper was in one that was 50 on 12. It's a power struggle. If you suck, you call the weak. But that's another question that I have. What do you do if a server is like 60% purple, 30% orange, and 10% red? What are the red people supposed to do in that server? They just leave? Change their allegiance so there's just no red? They're like, it doesn't, we were the runt of the litter. It's not going to work. We can't do anything. All of those who can't get in go to mercs? No, if you can't get in, you don't get to become a merc. If you can't get in, it's full and you're not in. You understand that a rejection means you didn't get in. Mercs are there if they need them. They could literally reject you, because it even said, if you're not even a part of it, if you're not a part of their company, you can still apply and say, hey, I'll come in. I'm a killer. And they could bring you in over somebody else who's actually a part of that color. You recruit, but become a better politician. There's probably no pre-planned way to balance it, but I'm sure as the problem increases, they'll introduce a solution, so I'm not sweating it too much. This is exactly what I was talking about. This is the double-edged sword of PvP. These are all things that if they weren't thoughtful about, can happen. Dude, it sucks so bad. I'm in a server, and I picked red, and 2 or 3 weeks went by, and red is just maybe 10% of the server. We can't get anything going. It's so frustrating. What do you do in that scenario? Well, life's not fair. It's a freaking video game, man. I was hoping to have some fun here. Like, I'm not having any fun. Like, what do they do in that scenario? Conan Exiles had a similar problem. It usually ended in one clan dominated and the rest of the people just left and they monopolized the server. You tried to join, but they just farmed you for resources. Well, they can't farm you for resources because if you don't flag for PvP, they can't touch you. This is more about the fact that taxes are dictated and map control are dictated, and so you wouldn't have a settlement. You'd have to pay way more taxes anytime you go into any of the towns because you would be the runt of the server of the server. You wouldn't be able to do anything. You would just be stuck. You'd be like, no, nothing you can do. Sorry, right? You'd be stuck. And you know, it makes sense, right? Like that's a likelihood. That's a thing that's going to happen. That's a thing that, you know, is a possibility. Is they're going to say, yeah, you know, sorry, your company just you didn't scrounge enough people, or you weren't likable enough. I mean, your color's not as cool as the rest, or something. You know what I mean? So again, this is the entire reason I wanted to talk about this today. This is the entire reason I want to talk about this thing. You think that them having PvP in this game and big PvP battles and all that, you think it's all going to be roses and fun and high fives. It could add so much frustration and irritation in 3 weeks that everyone's like 3 weeks into the launch, everyone's like, no, they didn't think about any of this crap. It's so mismanaged. Or it could be wonderful. There's not a lot of room for in between here. It either works and flourishes and people love it, or it slants to one side and people think it's just awful. Kodiak with a question, he says, are you going to play Tales of Arise? We were looking at it, and it's a JRPG, so I might do a 30 of it, but I don't think we're going to live stream it. We were going to live stream it maybe if we didn't get into New World, but then we looked at some other games, so. Hearing all this, can't Amazon force players to do a certain faction to keep it balanced? But who wants to do that? You want to get forced into a company? No, this company's all full on this server. You can't pick that company. Well, great. I guess I'll start over somewhere else and go through the tutorial. You know what I'm saying? I think this is a problem devs run into. They always expect the players to be of good faith and underestimate their willingness to exploit. There are other ways to PvP, so I'm fine. But if the event you're talking about was the only PvP, then we'd have an issue. You say that, Distorted, but I'm telling you right now, you pull the short straw too many times on this, and you're going to be like, Lono was right. They didn't think about this. I got unlucky 2 or 3 times in a row, and it's freaking a huge bummer. It sucks. You know what I mean? I wouldn't mind being paid to be in one. Yeah, maybe they sweeten the pot. Maybe they're like, hey, orange and red are really dominating this server. If you pick purple, we'll throw a little extra scratch in your way. We'll give you a signing bonus. You know what I mean? Asmon Gold went Marauders green, and 96% of the server followed suit. It's going to be difficult to balance. Yeah, because that negates the entire thing. That negates that entire portion of the game. If 96% are green, it negates the whole thing. The attacking, the 50 versus 50, the map control. You got a server that does that tilts that hard one way? Well, then all of that means nothing. Well, who cares? Yeah, this is a green server. All of it. The battles and the questing and the trying to get the map to turn your way. Well, forget it. Everybody that's not green is just going to leave the server. They're like, I'm out of here. This is stupid. What's the point? Like I said, a lot of these companies are brilliant on the front end, and then the back end is just so unorganized, and it's in a shambles. We've seen it time and time again. I'm not telling you that's what's going to happen. I'm just telling you. I hope they were thoughtful about some of this stuff. I'll always pick the weaker side. I hate being on an OP team. I don't want non-MMO player bases jumping into my MMOs and potentially changing them for the worse. Well, you don't own this game. You're not in charge of it. They're clearly marketing this game to non-traditional MMO players. They're making it accessible to non-traditional MMO players. So if they come in and have an influence, like, that's organic. That's how it goes. You know what I mean? You don't get to stake a claim on this game just because you're an MMO fan. Like, this is my MMO. Actually, no, it's not yours. It's Amazon's. Right? I'm just saying in general. Well, no, in general, though, that's not yours. Now, I can understand if you go in and play for 2 or 3 years and you love it, and then all of a sudden they start catering to casuals, and you feel like, dude, I poured hours and money into this game, and now you're changing it. I understand that. But in a brand new game like this, like I said this morning, they're going to go where the money is. They're going to cater to the money. They're going to cater to the engaged player base that's supporting it with money, engagement, purchases, and all of that. I can confirm I've never played MMOs, but I want to play New World. Right. I'm curious about something. Today has been a very weird day. In my mind, I thought this was going to be a very different day. If you're here right now, and this is the first time you've ever been in the stream, I'm curious if there's anybody here like that. I know you guys are all going to joke and flood chat, like, it's my first day here, and you'll have like a membership badge. I'm genuinely curious. If there's anybody here, this is your first time here, you clicked on the thumb, you saw it in search or suggest or whatever, right? And it's your first time here. I'm curious about that. I said my, but what I'm saying is the current MMO communities I'm involved in. Right. And if you, I totally get that. If you've poured years and money and subscription and all of that, like, into a game and they start to change it for the casuals, I 100% understand people getting irritated at that. I do. This game's in its infancy, so it's up for grabs. It's up for grabs. It really, truly is. The community will determine a lot here. You know, eyeball this for me. Ordinarily, I wouldn't, but we are streaming to the core right now. We'll see how the gameplay goes. Hang on. Let's see here. Drag this over. Wait. You named it the exact same thing, so I can't drag it. What's it called? Okay. Alt 1. Okay. I just added a 1 to the existing one. Okay. Alt 1. Add media source. Okay. Loop. Browse. Downloads. Okay. It looks fine to me. Yeah, I think the timing is good too. Yeah. This is good. If this is ready to go, I mean, I can just use it. I don't know if this is the final one or if you're still tinkering. Your queue number keeps going down or up. Waiting for Lost Ark. Okay. Yeah, that's final. Okay. All right, here's what we're going to do. We got a couple more questions. If you guys want to continue submitting questions, I will go in here and I'll delete everything up to Smashville and Creature. They both submitted questions. I will... Oh no, Dracus. I've not done Dracus's yet. I'm going to take a quick restroom break. So if you were already submitting questions and want to submit some more, I've cleared it. We've only got a couple left just to continue the conversation. And we will be jumping into the beta, okay? Use all the commands here, buy coffee, become a member, all those things. I'll be right back. Too much coffee? Yeah. I'm drinking I drank a lot more this morning. It was good. It was good. I'll switch to water for lunch, though. Lost Ark is free. Coming out in March. Funny enough, I keep hearing about it, but I haven't seen anything about it. I've not seen it. Lost Ark just got a heavy push. What do you mean heavy push? Like heavy marketing push or heavy push like they got delayed? Make sure you limit the FPS in 60. I just decided to set my refresh rate to 60 and VSync to 60. It makes capture so much better. Like, it just isn't worth me seeing 120 and constantly going through all those capture problems. Like, I did it yesterday for No Man's Sky capture, and I was like, this looks so much better. Why am I always insisting on giving myself 120? Oh, delayed. Somebody said, is your coffee whole green or full bean or ground? It's ground. I would prefer to be able to send you whole bean, but it is not possible. I'd have to do 2 separate orders. It would be way more expensive for us. I'd have to do, 200 and some odd bags of whole bean and 200 and some odd bags of ground. Lost Ark was delayed to make room for New World. Amazon is translating and publishing it in the West. You can't have a competing MMO that's the number 2 most played game in Korea launched near New World. Oh, that makes sense. You might have to get some. The real reason to get the Rageless Roast is for the balanced acidity. It's for the balanced acidity. It's a medium-bodied, honey undertone, smooth finish, balanced acidity coffee. And that's the light roast. If you go up to the dark roast, it's the same base flavor, same balanced acidity, but it's full-bodied with a bold finish. So you can go medium-bodied with the smooth finish or full-bodied with the bold finish. Both very smooth, both very drinkable. The balanced acidity is the number one reason I think people like this coffee so much. A lot of times people order one dark and one light. Sometimes I tell them, hey, the shipping's the same. Get a third bag and give it to your friend. And if they get hooked and they like it, then you tell them to go to ragelessroast.com to order more. You can pay double and get one for free. Where does the coffee come from? The beans themselves, do we know what region they come from? Creature? Because the beans, we source, the Merry Frickmas roast is going to be Mexican sourced beans. They're organic. And then they roast them at this place. The roaster sources the beans from somewhere. I'm not actually sure where the Rageless, what's the region that Rageless Roast comes from? I can't remember. Not true. The Frickmas Rose is from the North Pole. Well, some people like to know what region the bean is from. I don't mind telling people where the region is from. We're just never going to divulge the company that we're working with. I'm not doing that. Every time we've gotten a partnership, these people email them. I can't remember, because I remember... Well, that's not going to help, because they flavor matched. They flavor matched the Rageous Roast. You like burritos? I see you eat that a lot. No, I hate them. Actually, it's usually a quesadilla. We start sharing the origins, the next thing you know, Forbes is selling the coffee. If we tell people the country of origin, that's not going to do anything. Anybody could buy a bag and flavor match Creature. That's what we did. We sent them a bag and they flavor matched. Right? I know we're trying to be kind of like, we're trying to be careful, you know what I mean? Because, you know, people are out to steal and hurt and harm, but saying country of origin is pretty normal. Yeah, I like that, chest pain. If you're going to order 2, order 3. If you're going to order 4, order 6. If you're going to order 5 or 6, order the whole pallet. That's right. I'm not with it. I'm mysterious. We're selling coffee. That's something coffee drinkers like to know. That doesn't make any sense to me. I'll give you guys the origin, Ohio. That's not true. So many coffee flavors, why steal? Well, somebody would be incredibly stupid to buy a bag of our coffee and flavor match, because the only way you're going to be able to tell people, oh, it's this, it's this, it's this, it's this, you'd have to literally say it tastes like the Rageless Rose. You wouldn't want to do that, because then you're promoting me and my coffee. Now, if you want to copy Origin of the Light and Dark or South American, okay, there you go. If that wouldn't make any sense. Now, if somebody wanted to copy it, flavor match it, and then copy the description and do what I do, like I really push the balanced acidity, because I'm telling you that's why it's so good. It took me a long time to enjoy coffee, and it was usually the bitterness and the sharpness of the coffee that I didn't like. And this coffee, the first time I drank it, I was like, oh my gosh, this is so different than coffee I've ever had before. It's so smooth, and it's the balanced acidity. And that's why when we did the dark roast, we didn't take it too dark. If you go too dark, the balanced acidity, it goes away, and then it gets that bite, and it's almost like sharp when you drink it. You're like, whoa, yowzer. That's why it has a bold finish and a full bodied taste, but it's not super acidic, super bitter. You know what I mean? Coffee checkout font is very faded on Bing. It's faded everywhere. Won't be like that much longer. The checkout, it's faded? I don't understand that. Oh, the font color is reading funny in some browsers. Got it. Okay. What time? Oh, that's tonight? Okay. Can't read anything on the checkout right now. What browser are you using, Tempa? I only use Chrome because I'm comfortable with it and it has all my stuff. I don't like Chrome. Chrome is a memory hog. It's awful. Thank you so much, Gab, for ordering a bag of dark and a bag of light. Thank you very, very much. Sold some coffee today. That feels good. We'll see. I am very interested in I'm very interested to see what happens when we play the game. Let me quickly go through these questions so I can get in queue. If PvP is wildly popular and the devs switch focus to meet demand, is that a bad thing? Do the devs have a responsibility to stay true to their original vision of the game? I would say as long as your initial purchase was met with a good value transmission, they don't owe you anything after that. If in 12 months they're like, we're really shifting focus to PvP, you guys that play PvE will get this, and this, but it will be, smaller installments than last year. They're well within their right to do that. I mean, if I got what I initially paid for and got a lot of hours and got a lot of great memories and a lot of fun, and from a business and logistical standpoint, they make a decision to do that. They don't owe me the future of the game. They don't owe me future content. Hey, another order of coffee. A dark bag and a red bag to Robert. Thank you, Robert. I appreciate you guys very, very much supporting that. Seriously. We have been thrilled with the response to the coffee. We have been thrilled. I was very scared to do it. Creature will tell you. It took some convincing. And it wasn't... I felt really bad for him because he convinced me to do it, and then and it was a nightmare for like 5 months. It was a 5-month nightmare. And it wasn't his fault. Like, you know what I mean? Smashville says, what will happen when you have a mayor that has people he's played with the game for 10 plus years in his company? They could make up the roster just because they're his or her friends. That's another thing. It just has to play itself out. Kind of like the trends on the servers, right? What are you going to do if your entire server is one color? You know what I mean? But if I buy it once, they owe me everything eternally for the rest of my life. I'm curious if the you know, oh, this was Creature saying I'll be the mayor. That's how we'll handle it. Okay, I don't need to pull that question up. All right, hang on a second. I'm actually curious if they've done anything more for controller support. Or is it still a bit clunky if you're playing controller? Or not clunky, but you like got to go in and like bind stuff. You shouldn't be in that company. Yeah, but the problem is you don't know that at the beginning. There's not some big sign out front that says that. You don't get to dodge it? Here's the answer to what people will do. You will be our mayor. How will you handle it? There's your answer. Yeah, but I'm going to do what's best for the win and what's best for the settlement. It's not on me to like individually send letters to the 20 people that I reject. That's not on me. I'm not the one that created this environment. The developers are the ones that created this environment. They have to think through player loops. They have to think through content loops. Like, what are you going to do with people that can't get in and do the thing they want to do? What are you going to do with them? It's not on me. They're not my responsibility. My responsibility is to do what's best for the settlement. And that's how I would make my choice. Right? Like, oh, you're going to favor people in the rage list. That's not what's best for the settlement. Well, yeah, probably, because the people that would be in the rage list and would be playing in the most committed are probably the best players. You know what I mean? How you handle it? If I would use the information that I had to say, these people at this level or whatever, these are the people that I think are the most equipped to win this battle. It looks like it saved all my settings. Invert camera is on. I'll be on US East. Create a character. Estimated queue time 11 seconds. Select this world. You can only have one character in the Acadria Ultra world set. If you want to play in another Acadria Ultra world, you will need to delete this character in Plemora. Choose a different world. Wait, why is it... Oh, because that's what I'm picking. When Wheezy gets skipped like 9 events in a row. My question would be, what kind of access to inspect players would you have? Yeah. Hey, somebody else ordered some coffee. A bag of light and a bag of dark to Stutzo. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that very, very much. Man, you guys crushed it today. You did. The core audience was stellar today. Thank you. Lono's just wondering because Radical won't be there to carry him. All right. While that's doing its thing, while this is doing its thing, I'm going to get the next stream scheduled. Stream holding. Go live. It's playing like the same cutscene where he walks into the bar. I'm assuming it's doing that because there are people playing this time that didn't get to play last time, so they want them to see it. Dude, are you freaking... That is such a pet peeve of mine, dude. That is such a pet peeve of mine. You go to highlight a block of text and you stop, and instead of just highlighting that block of text, it highlights the entire friggin' block of text. It's like, no, I just want this block of text, and it just keeps highlighting way more than you want. It drives me freaking crazy. It's like, why is the difference between these 3 lines of text and literally the entire box like a millimeter on the screen? Like, why is that the way you have this set up? I urge you to watch the trailer when you're done for Matrix. No. There's like 200 people here trying to talk to the initial NPC. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. Bless you. Thank you. Any duration. We'll set this for 105 just so people get hit with a 30. Let's just say they have a lot to explain with the Matrix movie. Yeah, I'm not going to watch the trailer. I love Keanu Reeves and I love the Matrix. That's all I need to know. I don't need to see anything. I don't need to see anything to be convinced. I don't. Like, I know I'm going to see the movie. A trailer just has the potential to, like, ruin or give things away or whatever. Will they reset this as well? Yeah, I think they've been very clear that your progress won't carry over. Your progress will not carry over. I made that mistake with all the Marvel movies in the recent Spider-Man trailer, and I was just grumpy. I was like, what the frick did I watch that? Like, there's entire scenes, jokes, punchlines, and sequences of events that you showed me in the Spider-Man trailer. You can frick all the way off. Like, I was irritated. I was actually irritated. I was like, I knew better than to watch this. Like, yeah, I like the John Wick movies. They're fun. They're fun. I don't think there's anything that amazing about them. I just think they're fun. You know? Yeah, like, I ended the Spider-Man trailer, and I was like, I'm done watching trailers for movies that I know I'm going to see. Like, why am I going to trust the marketing department? Why am I going to trust them with this responsibility? Do you see what I'm saying? Please don't show me too much. Please just show me just enough to get excited. And it's like, I don't trust them. I don't trust them to do it. You know what I mean? That white guy was no Strocker. We knew he was slated. But did we? We apparently knew that Andrew Garfield was slated, and he keeps saying no. We apparently knew that Toby was slated, and he keeps saying no. And, like, not only that, I was actually not even that frustrated about that. Him showing up was cool. Like, him showing up in the trailer was exciting. I was frustrated by how many plot points they told me. Oh, they were officially announced. Well, I was actually not frustrated by that. I was frustrated by the plot points. Getting to see all the stuff with the other character and what they're doing and what happened. I was so mad. I was like, okay, cool. Like, you just showed me a Cliff's Notes of, like, the first 20 minutes of the movie. I don't know. It irritated me. I was mad. I was like, I didn't want to know all this. I was not aware, but Spider-Man is the most profitable superhero worldwide. Bigger than Marvel, Superman, and Batman combined. Huh, that's kind of funny, because we had a knockdown, drag-out debate a while ago where I said Spider-Man was the most iconic superhero and more globally recognized. That's interesting. My favorite is My favorite is Superman. But Spidey is the top. Spidey is king. I gotta get a controller. Give me a second. Oh, stop it. Stop what? Like, you wouldn't be doing a victory lap if that news came out about the superhero that you said was the king? I was perfectly willing to leave you alone until you started this. What? I told you. I said Spider-Man is the most iconic. He's the most recognizable, most popular superhero globally. I said in the West, Superman and Batman probably take the lead. But the minute you include the globe, absolutely not. There's reasons for people to be kind of about Superman because of his ties to Americanism and Westernism and Batman's kind of vengeful and kind of dark. Spider-Man is king globally. Can't touch him. What is there to start? Spider-Man is globally the most popular superhero. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We had this whole debate last time. I couldn't believe that the people were disagreeing with me. They were saying Superman. I was like, Superman? I was like, no. There's plenty of countries that don't like Superman because they associate him with America. Like truth, justice, and the American way. Come on. Spider-Man's the most profitable. Yeah, because he's the most popular. He's the most profitable because he's the most popular. Oh. That I'm telling you, that Spider-Man face, that insignia, the eyes, it's iconic. It's blazoned in people's minds. Like it is. You go to the store, you go to another country, if they've got superhero t-shirts, he's there every single time. No doubt. No doubt. That's why Disney wants. Oh, yeah. Everybody wants him. He's the king because he's the king. Okay, so you can't see the full thing. We're gonna be let me chop this down here a bit for you. There you go. We're gonna be switching to gameplay now, okay? Right? Let me end the poll. Hang on a second. And then let me get a link for you guys. You guys that have been loyal and showing up and faithful to this, to doing the live show over here, we greatly appreciate it. The last 2 days have been really, really stellar. The numbers do look a little bit lower, so if you guys are like looking at the numbers, and don't worry about that. That's part of this process. You guys have been showing up huge. Continue to show up, continue to hit like, keep the chat going, keep the polls going. And then when we do these redirects and we go over and play another game in the afternoons, it really is helpful when you come with us. If a bunch of you, if most of you, 300 some odd people here, if most of you come over and watch me play New World, that is going to be significantly helpful. So click the link in chat. It'll be the featured video also on the stream. And the live redirect should also bring you over. Okay? I'll see you guys over there for some New World gameplay.